Section 1. The Art of Being Wrong on Time. An introduction. There is a particular kind of quiet that settles over a house late at night, when the television has finally gone dark and the last glow of a screen has faded from the walls, and all that remains is the soft, low sound of a world still turning, just outside the window. In that quiet, if you listen carefully, you can almost hear the hum of everything that was supposed to happen by now. All the predictions and promises and confident extrapolations that were made by people who looked at the present and thought they could see the future tucked just behind it, like a letter slipped under a door. The Simpsons looked at the present a lot. For more than 3 decades, the writers of that show, a rotating constellation of Harvard graduates, comedy veterans, former mathematicians, lapsed physicists, and people who had simply watched too much television and read too many newspapers, sat in rooms and talked about the world. They talked about where it was going. They talked about what it was becoming. And then, because they were writers, and writers cannot resist the pull of a good idea, they put those thoughts into jokes, into throwaway background gags, into the mouths of characters who were yellow and had 4 fingers, and lived in a town that existed just slightly to the left of reality. And sometimes they were right. Sometimes they were startlingly, uncannily, almost uncomfortably right. The show predicted a Donald Trump presidency in a 2000 episode that most people now treat like a kind of prophecy. It predicted FaceTime-style video calling, predicted smartwatches, predicted the existence of something very much like autocorrect, predicted a specific outcome of a particular World Cup before anyone had played a single match. The internet has made a sport of cataloging these moments. The listicles, the YouTube compilations, the Reddit threads that stretch on for pages. Each entry a fresh piece of evidence that the writers of The Simpsons were somehow receiving transmissions from the future. But here's the thing about those lists. They are curated. They are assembled after the fact by people who already know the answer and are working backwards. For every Simpsons prediction that came true, there are dozens, perhaps hundreds, that did not. Predictions that were made with equal confidence, equal wit, equal creative energy, and that have so far produced nothing. No corresponding event, no real-world echo. Just a joke that exists in an episode somewhere, patient and unremarked upon, waiting for its moment that has not yet arrived. That is what we are here to talk about tonight. Not the hits, not the predictions that earned the show its reputation as some kind of animated oracle. Those have been cataloged thoroughly, celebrated enthusiastically, and explained in everything from casual blog posts to legitimate academic papers about the mathematics of pattern recognition and the human tendency to find meaning in coincidence. Tonight, we are here for the misses. Or more precisely, we are here for the not yets. Because there is an important distinction between a prediction that failed and a prediction that simply has not had the chance to succeed. The Simpsons has been running since 1989. The world has changed enormously in that time. But the world also has a great deal of changing left to do. And some of what the show imagined may simply be waiting for the right moment, the right alignment of technology, politics, culture, and chance to finally click into place. So let us be generous. Let us be patient. Let us treat the unresolved predictions of The Simpsons not as failures, but as us, as promissory notes from the future, signed by a group of writers who were trying to understand what was coming, and express that understanding through cartoons about a family with a nuclear plant-working patriarch and a mother with impractically tall blue hair. We are going to take our time with these tonight. We are going to move through them slowly, the way you move through a museum after closing time, when the lights have been dimmed and the crowds are gone and you can stand in front of each thing and really look at it without anyone rushing you along. There will be no hurry. There is nowhere to be. The night is long and the list is long, and both of them have exactly the right amount of room for what we are about to do. Some of these predictions are technological. They involve devices and systems and capabilities that the show imagined and that the real world has approached but not quite reached. That moment of full arrival, of complete normalization, that the show seemed to be pointing toward. Some of them are political and social. They involve the shape of power, the texture of public life, the way institutions behave when they think no one is watching, and the way people behave when they think everyone is. These are the predictions that feel least like magic tricks and most like observations. Things the writers noticed about the direction of travel and extrapolated forward with uncomfortable precision. Some of them are personal. They involve the characters themselves, the arcs and futures and fates that the show has gestured at over the years and then pulled back from. The moments where an episode seemed to be showing us where someone was headed, and then, in the next episode, reset everything back to zero as if nothing had happened. These are perhaps the most interesting predictions of all, because they exist inside a fiction that explicitly refuses to let time pass. And yet somehow the fiction keeps accidentally telling us things about where its characters are going. And some of them are simply strange. Predictions that don't fit neatly into any category. Things the show imagined that the world has not yet produced, and that produce a particular feeling when you sit with them. Not dread, not excitement, just a kind of mild and pleasant vertigo, like standing at the edge of something that extends further than you expected. We will get to all of them. But first, before we begin moving through the categories, it is worth spending a moment with the idea of prediction itself, with what it means to try to see the future, and what it costs when you get it wrong, and why getting it wrong is perhaps less important than we usually think. Human beings have always wanted to know what comes next. This is not a recent development. It is not a product of modern anxiety or contemporary uncertainty. It is something much older and much more fundamental. A survival instinct dressed up in cultural clothing. The same impulse that made ancient people read the movements of birds and the patterns of fire and the specific configurations of entrails. We want to know what is coming because knowing gives us a feeling of control. And the feeling of control is one of the most powerful sensations available to a conscious creature. Prediction is the formalized version of that impulse. It is the attempt to take what we know about the present and extend it in a principled way into the future. Sometimes this works because the future is genuinely continuous with the present, because trends that are already in motion stay in motion, because systems that have certain dynamics continue to express those dynamics. When the Simpsons predicted video calling, they were not performing magic. They were noticing that people wanted to see each other when they talked, and that technology was moving in a direction that would eventually make that possible, and they put those two observations together. But sometimes prediction fails because the future is not continuous, because something interrupts, because a technology does not develop the way anyone expected, or a political moment turns in an unexpected direction, or a cultural shift happens faster or slower than anyone anticipated, or simply because the specific form that something takes turns out to matter enormously in ways that were impossible to foresee. The Simpsons' unresolved predictions, the ones we will spend the night with, tend to fall into this second category. Not because the writers were wrong in their intuitions, but because the specific path from here to there turned out to be more complicated, more circuitous, more dependent on details that no one could have known. And there is something beautiful in that, if you are willing to look for it. There is something genuinely lovely about a prediction that has not yet arrived. It is still alive. It has not been resolved into either triumph or failure. It exists in a state of pure possibility, a word spoken into a room that has not yet been answered. That is what we are sitting with tonight, as the sounds of the house settle around you and the day begins to release its grip. The words spoken into rooms, the futures imagined and not yet arrived, the jokes made about things that have not happened, patient in their episodes, waiting with the particular patience of things that have no choice. Let your breath slow a little. Let the tension in your shoulders begin to release. We have a long night ahead, and the best thing you can do right now is exactly nothing. Just lie here and listen, and let the words come to you the way water comes to a shore. Unhurried, inevitable, carrying everything it has gathered on the way. There is no test at the end of this. There is no summary, no review, no reason to remember any particular detail. The only thing required of you is presence, which is perhaps the easiest thing in the world when the room is quiet and the night is soft and someone is talking to you in a low, steady voice about things that almost happened. We begin. If you are finding this journey through Springfield's unresolved futures a peaceful way to spend the night, we would love to know. Leave a comment below and tell us which Simpsons prediction you are still waiting on. And if you want more explorations like this one, subscribing means you will always have something waiting for you when the night gets quiet and the screen is the only light in the room. Now let us continue. Section 2. the technology that still hasn't arrived. Technology is the easiest place to start because technology is the place where prediction feels most like a game with clear rules. Either the thing exists or it does not. Either the device works the way the show imagined it or it does not. Either the world has caught up to the vision or it is still moving in that direction, and all we are measuring is the distance remaining. The Simpsons engaged with technology the way all good satire engages with the things it notices, by exaggerating the existing trajectory just far enough to make the destination visible. The writers were not engineers. They were not futurists in any professional sense. But they were smart, attentive people who read widely and thought carefully. And when they imagined technology, they tended to imagine it correctly in its essence, even when they got the details wrong. So let us begin with the ones that are closest to arrival. The ones where you can almost feel the ground shifting underfoot. There is an episode, and if you have spent any time with the show's deeper back catalog, you will recognize the category of episode we are describing, which is the kind that feels prescient only in retrospect, where the characters interact with a news delivery system that is personalized, that adjusts itself to the viewer's known preferences and past behavior, that surfaces things it has predicted the viewer will want to see rather than presenting a fixed menu of events ranked by some external editor's judgment. The show played this for mild comic horror. The idea that a machine would know you well enough to decide what you should be told about the world was, in the context of that episode, a slightly unsettling joke. We now have this. We have it comprehensively. We have it on every platform, in every context, delivered through algorithms so sophisticated that the engineers who built them cannot fully explain the specific mechanisms by which they make their choices. The newsfeed that knows you, that shapes itself around you, that becomes a kind of mirror for your existing interests and beliefs. This is not a prediction that has not come true. This is a prediction that came true so thoroughly that we now live inside it. But here is the part that has not come true. The show's implicit suggestion that we would notice, that the personalization would be legible, that people would be aware of the shape of the system they were inside and would make conscious choices about how to interact with it. The show imagined a future where technology was more powerful, but human self-awareness kept pace. The specific flavor of algorithmic information delivery that the show imagined, personalized, automatic, slightly threatening, arrived. But the reckoning with it, the conscious social negotiation about what it means, and what to do about it, the informed public conversation that a democratic society would presumably need to have about who is allowed to shape the information environment of its citizens. That part is still pending. That is the gap we are interested in. Not the arrival of the technology, but the arrival of the human response to the technology. The show kept imagining a world where things happened, and people thought about them. The world we got is one where things happen very fast and thinking struggles to keep up. Let us move to something more specific. There are multiple episodes in the show's long run that imagine augmented reality, the technology by which digital information is layered onto the physical world in real time, so that when you look at something through a lens or a screen, you see not just the thing itself, but also a cascade of data about it, its history, its connections, its relationship to other things, its price or its name or its nutritional content or its user rating. This technology exists. It has existed in various forms for a decade or more. Anyone with a smartphone can point it at a plant and be told its species, point it at a building and be told its history, point it at a menu written in a foreign language and have it translated instantaneously. But the version the show imagined was seamless. It was invisible. It was integrated into the fabric of ordinary life to a degree where the technology itself disappeared and only the information remained. You were not looking at your phone. You were simply walking through a world that was annotated, that spoke to you, that knew what you needed before you asked. We are not there yet. The technology works, but it is not seamless. There is still friction. The reaching for the device, the opening of the application, the aiming and waiting. The experience is transactional rather than ambient. You are always aware that you are using a tool, which means you are always aware of the mediation, which means the world is not yet annotated so much as occasionally annotatable if you have the right device and the patience to use it. The seamless version, The version where the information is simply there, present, and unobtrusive, stitched into your visual field by something no more conspicuous than a pair of ordinary glasses, has been attempted several times by several companies with varying degrees of failure. The attempts have been expensive, technically incomplete, socially complicated, and ultimately unsuccessful at achieving the specific quality of invisibility that the show's version seemed to assume would eventually be worked out. The technology is not wrong. The direction is not wrong. The arrival is simply delayed, somewhere in the gap between what can be built and what can be made comfortable enough that people will actually wear it. Let us stay with wearable technology for a moment, because it is a rich vein of Simpsons prediction. The show imagined, at various points and in various forms, devices worn on or very close to the body that would monitor health, track behavior, communicate information, and connect the wearer to larger networks of data. Smartwatches, essentially, but also something more. A version of the personal device that was genuinely ambient, genuinely unobtrusive, genuinely integrated into the experience of being a body moving through the world rather than something strapped to the wrist that vibrated when someone sent you a message. Smartwatches exist. They are good. They measure your heart rate and your sleep quality and your steps and your blood oxygen levels, and in recent versions, your skin temperature and certain electrical patterns that can indicate stress or arrhythmia. They communicate with your phone and display your notifications and allow you to pay for things by tapping your wrist against a reader. They are, in the specific sense of the prediction, real. But the show's version was more capable and, crucially, more accepted. In the episodes where these devices appeared, no one made a point of mentioning that they were wearing them. The device was furniture. It was background. It had achieved the same level of cultural normalization as a wristwatch: present, functional, unremarkable. Current smartwatches exist in a strange middle state where the technology is genuinely useful, but the social calculus around wearing one is still being worked out. People who wear them tend to be aware that they are making a statement of some kind, however modest. A statement about their relationship to technology, their interest in health data, their willingness to exist in a state of persistent connectivity. The device has not yet disappeared into the background the way the show imagined it would. It is still slightly conspicuous, still slightly charged with meaning beyond its function. The prediction is close. It may be a matter of years rather than decades. But the specific quality of normalcy that the show imagined, the state where no one notices the device because the device has become simply part of what a body looks like in the world, that has not arrived. Now, let us talk about vehicles. Specifically about the self-driving vehicle, which is perhaps the technological prediction that has come closest to arriving while also remaining most stubbornly, most confoundingly not quite there. The Simpsons imagined autonomous vehicles with what now seems like casual confidence. Cars that drove themselves, that navigated traffic without human input, that allowed their passengers to sleep or read or have conversations without the partition of attention that driving requires. The show presented this not as science fiction, but as the natural endpoint of a trend that was already visible. Vehicles that already had cruise control, already had parking sensors, already had the beginning of an intelligence about the road. The technology exists. It has existed in various forms for years. There are vehicles on public roads right now that can drive themselves in certain conditions, on certain road types, in certain weather, within certain geographic areas covered by detailed mapping. There are robo-taxi services operating in specific cities, carrying passengers who sit in the back while the steering wheel moves without anyone touching it, which is an experience that even the people who have done it consistently describe as slightly surreal. Not because it is frightening, but because it is so much closer to the show's vision than anything they expected to exist in their actual lives. But the fully autonomous vehicle, the one that can go anywhere in any conditions, as well as or better than a human driver, without geographic restriction, without weather limitation, without the complex edge case problems that continue to resist solution, that does not exist. The problems that remain are not simple engineering problems. They are not the kind of problems that more compute or better sensors will straightforwardly solve. They involve the fundamental difficulty of teaching a machine to reason about situations it has never seen before, to handle the genuinely novel, to make the kind of judgment calls that humans make through a combination of experience, intuition, social intelligence, and something that might be called common sense, but that is extremely difficult to define or replicate. The show assumed this would be worked out. The show assumed that the trajectory from assisted driving to fully autonomous driving would be steady and relatively quick, that the hard problems would yield to engineering, the way hard problems generally yield to engineering, when enough people with enough resources work on them long enough. That assumption may still prove correct. But it has not yet been vindicated, and every year that passes without a fully autonomous vehicle fleet operating seamlessly in all conditions is another year in which the specific future the show imagined remains pending. There is also a category of technological prediction worth dwelling on that involves connectivity, not the connectivity of devices to each other, which the show imagined and which arrived comprehensively and somewhat overwhelmingly, but the connectivity of human experience. The show repeatedly imagined futures where information about a person was aggregated, where the records of their choices and movements and preferences were gathered into profiles that could be read and used by others, by institutions, by commercial entities, by governments. This came true. But the show also imagined something that hasn't quite arrived. The moment when individuals would have equal and reciprocal access to information about the systems that were surveilling them. This idea that the information flow would eventually be bidirectional, that the watched would eventually develop the same clarity of vision about the watchers that the watchers had about them, was embedded in various Simpsons episodes as a kind of hopeful counterweight to the show's otherwise dystopian imagination of surveillance. The technology for radical transparency about data collection exists. The will, regulatory, political, corporate, to implement it does not. We will return to the political dimensions of this later. For now, let us note simply that the technological future the show imagined was consistently more symmetrical than the one we have actually built, more balanced between the capabilities of institutions and the capabilities of individuals, more attentive to the question of who the technology serves when all the optimism and the venture capital and the disruption have settled. Let us close this section with something gentler. A technology the show imagined that is closer to aspiration than to prediction, and that has the specific quality of warmth that the best Simpsons technological imaginings tended to have. There are multiple moments in the show's long run where technology is used not to surveil or control or disrupt, but simply to connect, to allow people who are separated by distance or circumstance to feel, for a moment, less alone. The specific mechanisms vary. Video calls, shared virtual spaces, devices that transmit not just words but something more textured, more emotionally present. The show was always interested in loneliness and always interested in the ways that technology might address it, and the visions it offered were consistently more intimate than anything the technology industry actually built. This is perhaps the deepest not yet in the technological category. Not the absence of the device or the platform or the capability, but the absence of the specific quality of connection that the show imagined these things producing. The tools exist. The feeling that the show kept reaching for, the sense that technology had genuinely closed the distance between people, that it had made the world smaller in the right way rather than the wrong way, is still something most people encounter only occasionally, in moments that feel accidental rather than designed. We drift now toward the political, toward the predictions the show made about power and its exercise, about the shape of governments and the behavior of the powerful. Some of these are more uncomfortable than the technological predictions. Some of them feel less like idle speculation and more like warnings delivered in advance of the thing they warned against. But that is for the next section. For now, let the thought of connection, genuine connection, the kind the show kept imagining, carry you a little further into the night. It is a good thing to fall asleep thinking about the possibility of it, the persistence of the wish for it. Section 3. Politics, Power, and the Predictions. We're still living through political prediction is different from technological prediction. With technology, you can at least sketch a plausible mechanism. This trend, followed to its logical conclusion, produces this outcome. With politics, the mechanisms are human beings, and human beings are not, in the technical sense, logical. They are moved by things that resist quantification. Fear, pride, the specific texture of a historical moment, the accident of who happens to be in a particular room at a particular time. And yet The Simpsons kept making political predictions, and kept making them with a consistency that suggests the writers were not simply guessing. They were observing something about the structure of political life, about the way power behaves, about the incentives that shape institutions, about the specific character of American democracy in its late 20th century form. And they were extrapolating from what they saw to what they expected. Some of those extrapolations have arrived, some of them are still in progress, and some of them exist in a category that is harder to name. Predictions that feel less like descriptions of specific events and more like descriptions of a direction, a tendency, a gravitational pull that the world has been moving toward for decades and that has not yet reached its final form. Let us begin with the one that is most discussed, most documented, most pointed to in the literature of the show's prescience, the nature of political celebrity. The show anticipated with remarkable clarity the degree to which entertainment and politics would blur into each other. Not simply the fact of celebrities entering politics, that has a long history, but the specific texture of political life in a media-saturated environment, where the skills required to succeed electorally have become increasingly indistinguishable from the skills required to succeed in entertainment. The ability to hold attention, the ability to compress complex situations into memorable phrases, the ability to project a personality rather than a policy, the ability to make people feel something, anything, really, because feeling is what drives engagement, and engagement is what drives reach, and reach is what drives votes. This prediction did not arrive all at once. It arrived incrementally, in ways that were easy to rationalize at each step. Of course, politicians need to be telegenic in a television age. Of course, a compelling personal narrative helps. Of course, the ability to generate media coverage is a political asset. Each of these incremental steps seemed reasonable. The cumulative destination, a political landscape where the line between governance and performance has become nearly impossible to locate, was not something that any single step announced. The show saw the destination before the steps got there. And the destination the show suggested was not stable. It was not a place where the process stopped and a new equilibrium was established. It was a ratchet, a mechanism that moved in one direction and did not move back. Once the entertainment logic had entered politics, it would keep advancing, because the incentive structures of media would keep rewarding those who engaged with it on its own terms and keep punishing those who refused. We have not reached the end of this particular arc. The show's most extreme visions of what it produces, governments that operate entirely on the logic of ratings, political decisions made based on what will generate the most engagement, the complete colonization of policy by spectacle, these remain ahead of us, if they are coming at all. We have moved a long way down the road. We have not yet arrived. There is another political prediction worth sitting with that is less often discussed, perhaps because it is less dramatic, less suited to the kind of YouTube compilation where you cut between the animated moment and the real-world event and let the resemblance land. It is a prediction about institutional decay, about the slow erosion of the mechanisms by which power is held accountable. The show was consistently interested in the gap between what institutions were supposed to do and what they actually did. In Springfield, the police were simultaneously incompetent and self-interested. The courts were easily manipulated by anyone with resources. The media was sensationalist and attention-driven in ways that consistently distorted the public's understanding of events. The political figures were either well-meaning and ineffective or effective and actively malicious. And the institutions that were supposed to check these tendencies, oversight bodies, regulatory agencies, the press and its watchdog function, were consistently shown to be inadequate to the task. This is, broadly speaking, a description of a tendency that has continued to accelerate since the show first began articulating it. Institutional trust has fallen in most of the countries where the show is watched. The specific mechanisms of accountability that democratic societies depend on have come under various kinds of stress. The relationship between institutions and the populations they serve has grown more adversarial, more transactional, more subject to doubt. But the show's most extreme version of this, the point at which the institutions have so thoroughly failed their mandate that something new must emerge to replace them, has not arrived. The institutions are stressed. They are imperfect. They are, in many cases, much weaker than they were at the beginning of the show's run, but they continue to function in some sense. They have not collapsed. The prediction, the full version, the endpoint, the moment at which the accumulated failures produce some decisive transformation, remains pending. The show also had a great deal to say about wealth and political power, about the specific relationship between money and democratic institutions in a system where both the formal rules about campaign finance and the informal norms about what wealthy individuals can legitimately do with their resources are consistently under pressure. The character of Montgomery Burns, the ancient villainous owner of the Springfield nuclear power plant, was the show's primary vehicle for exploring this relationship. Burns was not simply greedy. He was the personification of a specific structural dynamic. The way that concentrated private wealth, when it reaches a certain scale, begins to behave like political power rather than simply economic power. The ways in which it can reshape the environment in which it operates rather than simply operating within an environment. The most extreme Burns predictions, the ones where he achieves something approaching total institutional capture, where the mechanisms of public governance become essentially a theater of legitimacy for decisions made privately, have not arrived. What has arrived is a version of the dynamic that is recognizable as the thing the show is pointing at, but that has not yet reached the terminal form the show occasionally seemed to be describing. The show also made a specific and famous prediction, or something that has been interpreted as a prediction, about female political leadership. There are episodes in which the show imagined a future where a woman had achieved the highest level of political power in the United States, and the specific framing of those episodes is interesting. The female leader arrives in a context of crisis, inherits a situation that has been made untenable by her predecessor, and faces the challenge of governing in a moment that does not offer easy solutions. The show did not predict female political success as a moment of triumph. It predicted it as a moment of complicated inheritance, of coming to power at the exact moment when power is most difficult to exercise. This is a prediction that remains pending, not for want of trying and not for lack of qualified individuals. The mechanisms by which it has not yet occurred are themselves a subject of ongoing analysis and debate. The show's specific framing, crisis inheritance, complicated moment, is perhaps the most interesting part to sit with as we wait. There are also predictions about international politics that are worth considering, though the show's engagement with the world beyond America was always filtered through a specifically American sensibility, a mixture of genuine interest, casual parochialism, and the kind of broad strokes cultural shorthand that American comedy has always used when looking at places it is not entirely sure about. The show imagined, in various ways, a world in which the specific arrangements of power that had structured international relations since the end of the Second World War continued to erode and shift, in which the institutions built to manage conflict between nation-states became less effective, in which new centers of power emerged that did not fit neatly into the existing frameworks, in which the basic question of what entities have the right to do, what on the international stage became increasingly contested and unresolved. This is, broadly speaking, the world we are living in. The specific trajectory the show imagined, the destination at the end of this erosion and shift, is still in the future, undefined, contested between people who have very different visions of what the international order should eventually look like. We will leave the political predictions here with the observation that they are, perhaps more than any other category, predictions about tendencies rather than events, about directions of travel that the world is still moving through, endpoints that are not yet visible clearly enough to say whether the show's intuition about where we are headed by was correct. The night is still young. Your breathing has probably slowed a little by now. That happens as the voice becomes familiar and the material becomes something to drift in rather than something to track. Let that happen. Let the political give way to the cosmic. There is something clarifying about leaving the human scale of governance and ambition and looking upward at a scale where all of it is very small. Section 4. Space, Science, and the Cosmos. Waiting on Us. There is an episode of The Simpsons, one that people who know the show's history are fond of mentioning in a particular tone. A tone that mixes pride with something that might be cautious disbelief, in which Homer Simpson writes an equation on a blackboard. He is not, at this moment, in his customary mode of accidental destruction. He is thinking. The equation has to do with the mass of a certain kind of particle, and the specific value it predicts is close, strikingly, almost uncomfortably close, to a value that particle physicists would later arrive at through different means, after years of work and the operation of the largest and most expensive scientific instrument ever built by human beings. This is often cited as the show's greatest scientific prediction, and it is in its way remarkable, though it is also worth noting that the mathematician who helped construct the equation was working from the best available estimates at the time, and the convergence with the later experimental value is a testament to the quality of those estimates rather than to supernatural foresight. The show got it right, in other words, for exactly the same reason that science gets things right, because it was paying careful attention to what was already known. But there are other scientific and cosmic predictions in the show's catalog that are less easy to explain in those terms. Predictions that were not clearly derived from existing estimates. Predictions that seem to have been generated more by imagination than by calculation. Predictions that the world has not yet resolved, one way or another. Let us begin with the shape of the universe. In the episode where Homer writes his equation, there are also references to a specific cosmological model, to the possibility that the universe has a topology that is more complex than the simple infinite flatness that the most naive version of the Big Bang model implies. The show engaged with the idea that the universe might be finite in a particular way, not simply bounded by some edge beyond which there is nothing, but curved in on itself in a way that means traveling far enough in one direction would eventually bring you back to where you started. The way traveling far enough in any direction on the surface of the Earth brings you back to your starting point. This idea by Saika that the universe might have a shape, a topology, a finite extent that is nevertheless not bounded by any wall or edge, has been a subject of genuine scientific investigation for decades. There have been papers, there have been analyses of the cosmic microwave background radiation, looking for the specific kind of repetition pattern that would indicate a finite topology. There have been proposed experiments and proposed observations. The question has not been resolved. The universe may be finite and curved. It may be genuinely infinite. Current data does not definitively distinguish between these possibilities. The show's engagement with this question, its casual, comedic treatment of something that remains a genuine open question in fundamental cosmology, is an interesting example of the way the show often treated uncertainty. It did not pretend the question was settled. It lived in the uncertainty, made jokes about the uncertainty, and moved on. The uncertainty is still there. The show's treatment of it is still applicable. Let us move to space travel, which is perhaps the domain where the show's predictions are most poignant, where the gap between what was imagined and what has arrived is most clearly legible as a kind of loss, or at least a deferral. The show imagined space tourism. It imagined ordinary people, or ordinary-ish people, people who were not professional astronauts, people who had not trained for years in the specific physical and technical disciplines that astronauts train in, going to space. This prediction has partially arrived. There are companies that have launched private citizens into orbit, that have carried paying passengers on brief suborbital flights, that are developing the infrastructure for what their founders describe as a future in which going to space is no more exotic than taking a long-haul flight. But the version the show imagined, the version in which space travel has become genuinely accessible to people of ordinary means, in which the experience of leaving the atmosphere is not restricted to billionaires and the specific handful of individuals they choose to bring with them, in which the extraterrestrial perspective is available to the full range of human experience rather than to an extremely rarefied subset of it, that version has not arrived. The cost of getting to space remains extraordinary. The infrastructure required remains fragile and dangerous. The experience, when it has occurred for private individuals, has been brief. Minutes of weightlessness, a view of the curve of the Earth, the specific quality of awe that everyone who has seen it describes in similar terms. And then the return to a world where the ticket price is not available to the vast majority of the people who would like to buy one. The trajectory is real. The direction is correct. But the show imagined a future where the distance had been closed, where access had been democratized, and that future is still somewhere ahead of us, still a destination that we are moving toward but have not reached. There is also the question of what we might find when we look beyond our own planet more carefully. The show has engaged, over the years, with the possibility of extraterrestrial life, with the question that is, in some ways, the deepest question that humanity can ask about its place in the universe. Whether the specific combination of circumstances that produced consciousness and civilization on this planet has been reproduced elsewhere, whether we are alone or whether the universe is populated with other forms of life that we have simply not yet found. The show's treatments of alien life are mostly comic, little green men and absurdist encounters, and the specific comedy of first contact situations played for laughs rather than wonder or dread. But underneath the comedy, there is a genuine engagement with the question, with the specific feeling of not knowing, of existing in a universe that is vast enough to contain almost anything, and knowing almost nothing about what it actually contains. The scientific search for extraterrestrial life has advanced considerably in the decades of the show's run. The discovery of exoplanets, of planets orbiting other stars, has transformed from a theoretical possibility into an observational reality. There are now thousands of confirmed planets in other solar systems, many of them in what astronomers call the habitable zone, the range of distances from their star where liquid water could exist on the surface. The detection of potentially complex organic chemistry in the atmospheres of some of these planets has begun. The specific techniques required to look for biosignatures, the chemical fingerprints of biological processes, in the light filtering through a distant planet's atmosphere have been developed and are being refined. But life itself has not been found. Not confirmed life, not a signal that everyone agrees is biological in origin, not the specific moment of discovery that would transform everything we thought we knew about our place in the universe. The search continues. The tools improve. The moment has not arrived. This is perhaps the largest not yet in the entire catalog of the show's unresolved predictions. Not just the show's predictions, but the predictions of everyone who has ever looked at the scale of the universe and thought that the probability of us being alone seemed low. The math suggests company. The evidence has not yet provided it. Let us stay a moment with the feeling this produces, because it is a specific feeling and worth naming. It is not quite loneliness. It is something more complicated, a suspension, a waiting, an awareness of being at a particular moment in the history of a search that may be ongoing for centuries, or may be resolved in the next decade by a single observation. The specific quality of not knowing whether you are early or late in the story, whether the discovery is behind you, already made and not yet recognized, or ahead of you, waiting to be made by people who are not yet born. The Simpsons lived in that feeling sometimes. Particularly in its better moments, the show had an awareness of the human position in the universe that went beyond the comedy, an awareness that the yellow family in the yellow town was a tiny speck of the improbable, of the somehow it worked, of the astonishing fact of consciousness experiencing itself in a universe that did not have to produce consciousness, and yet did. The scientific predictions that remain unresolved, the topology of the universe, the accessibility of space, the existence of other life, are all, in some sense, extensions of that awareness. They are the show's way of acknowledging that the biggest questions are still open, that the universe has not finished revealing itself, that we are in the middle of a story whose ending is not yet written. There are also smaller, more specific scientific predictions in the show's catalog that deserve a mention before we move on. The show imagined genetic technology achieving capabilities that have been approached but not comprehensively realized. It imagined medical scanning technologies that could provide instantaneous, comprehensive information about the state of a human body without the specific limitations and delays that current diagnostic tools involve. It imagined materials with properties that remain aspirational, substances that could do things that ordinary matter cannot do, that were products of a physics that is just barely beyond the edge of what is currently achievable. These are the kinds of predictions that tend to age in interesting ways. They are not wrong, exactly. The directions they point in are the directions that research is actually moving. But the arrival of the specific thing that the show imagined tends to keep receding. Not because it is impossible, but because the gap between the vision and the implementation is consistently larger than anyone anticipated. There is a famous observation, often attributed to various people, that the future tends to be unevenly distributed, that some things the future was supposed to bring have arrived in full, while others have arrived only partially. only in expensive or inconvenient forms, only for some people in some places. The scientific and space predictions of The Simpsons are particularly good illustrations of this observation. The future the show imagined for science and space has arrived unevenly, some of it fully, some of it partially, some of it barely at all. The night is moving on. The sounds outside have probably changed by now. The particular quality of the darkness beyond the window, shifting as the hours pass, the world quieting into the specific stillness that belongs to the small hours when the last of the late-night activity has finished, and the first of the early morning activity has not yet begun. There is a pocket of time in there that belongs to no one in particular. That is just pure duration. Just the world continuing without being watched. We are in that pocket now in the best possible sense. And from here, with the technological and political and cosmic predictions laid out, we turn to something more intimate, to the body, to food, to medicine, to the specific predictions the show made about what it means to be a person inside a physical form that requires maintenance and care. Section 5. Food, medicine, and the body of the future. The human body is a complicated subject. It is the most familiar thing in the world and also one of the most mysterious. The site of experience, the container of consciousness, the particular configuration of chemistry and electricity that each person wakes up inside every morning and carries through their days and learns slowly and imperfectly to understand. The Simpsons engaged with the body primarily through the body of Homer Simpson, which was treated with a mixture of affection and horror that captures something real about the way most people relate to their own physical form. Homer's body was simultaneously a source of pleasure, of food, of rest, of the specific satisfaction of physical appetite met, and a source of ongoing catastrophe, a system that was always on the verge of failure, always one donut or one couch accident or one trip to Dr. Hibbert away from a medical crisis. But the show also made predictions about the future of medicine and food that went beyond the comedy of Homer's particular relationship with his digestive system. It imagined futures for the human body, for how bodies would be fed and treated and monitored and extended, that were embedded in jokes, but also embedded in something that looked, at the time, like speculation and looks now, in several cases, like observation. Let us begin with food, because food is the most immediate of the body's pleasures, and because the show had a great deal to say about it. The Simpsons imagined, at various points, a future in which the production of animal protein had been decoupled from the raising and slaughtering of animals. The show's engagement with this was mostly comic. The fake meat, the laboratory food, the specific absurdity of trying to recreate a natural product through industrial chemistry. But the underlying prediction was clear enough, that the environmental and ethical costs of conventional animal agriculture would eventually produce sufficient pressure for an alternative to be developed, and eventually normalized. The alternative exists. Lab-grown meat, actual animal protein produced from animal cells without the raising or slaughtering of the animal, has been developed. It has been approved for sale in at least one major market. Restaurants have served it, people have eaten it. The fundamental technical achievement of growing meat outside of an animal, which once seemed like pure science fiction, is now a commercial reality in at least its early form. But the normalization has not happened. The product is expensive, extremely expensive, relative to conventional meat. The scale of production required to make it a meaningful part of the food supply has not been achieved. The specific qualities of texture and flavor and experience that make conventional meat the thing it is are still being worked toward in the laboratory versions. The show imagined a future in which this alternative had arrived fully, in which it had displaced or at least significantly supplemented conventional production, and that future has not arrived. The direction is correct. The prediction is not wrong. The timeline is simply extended. The gap between proof of concept and normalization is wider than the show seemed to assume. The show also imagined a future for nutrition and dietary guidance that is interesting to consider. There are episodes in which the advice given about food, what to eat, how much, in what combination, with what frequency, has achieved a level of precision and personalization that current nutritional science is only beginning to approach. The show imagined a future where the guidance was specific to the individual, derived from an understanding of that individual's particular biology, their specific microbiome, their particular metabolic processes, their individual responses to different foods. Not general guidelines for a population, but actual tailored recommendations for a person. This personalized nutrition exists in early form. There are companies offering microbiome analysis. There are genetic tests that claim to provide guidance about optimal dietary patterns for specific genetic profiles. There is research suggesting that individuals vary significantly in their responses to the same foods, in ways that generic population-level advice cannot capture. But the precise, reliable, genuinely individualized nutritional guidance that the show imagined, the kind that would allow someone to optimize their diet in ways that made a measurable difference to their health and well-being, remains aspirational. The science is promising, the applications are early. The gap between what is known and what can be reliably translated into actionable individual advice is still substantial. Let us turn to medicine, which is where the show's predictions become most consequential and most interesting. The Simpsons imagined medical technology that could scan the human body with a completeness and speed that current medical imaging only approaches. The show's medical scanners, the devices that characters are occasionally shown interacting with in hospital settings, operate with an immediacy and comprehensiveness that suggests a future where the diagnostic process has been compressed from days or weeks of appointments and tests to minutes of interaction with a sophisticated machine that knows everything about your body that it needs to know. We have good medical imaging. We have MRI and CT and PET and ultrasound, and techniques that can generate detailed three-dimensional images of internal structures, that can detect abnormalities at very small scales, that can follow the movement of fluids and the activity of cells. These are remarkable tools, and they have saved enormous numbers of lives. But the specific quality of immediacy, comprehensiveness, and accessibility that the show's medical future seemed to imply has not arrived. Medical imaging is still expensive. It still requires specialized facilities and trained interpreters. It still takes time. Time to schedule, time to perform, time to analyze, time to communicate results. The scan that gives you a complete picture of your body's current state, instantly, in a form that is immediately useful, available to anyone who needs it at the moment. They need it. That is still a vision rather than a reality. The show also engaged in several interesting ways with the future of mental health treatment. The show has always been attentive to the inner lives of its characters, to Homer's low-grade despair, to Lisa's anxiety and outsider feeling, to Marge's suppressed unhappiness, to the way that the comedy of Springfield is always also a comedy about people who are struggling, who are not entirely okay, who are managing things that they do not have the full vocabulary to describe. And in imagining better futures for those characters, the show imagined better tools for mental health. Not just better therapy, though better therapy featured, but biological interventions more precise and more effective than what currently exists. The show imagined a future where brain chemistry was understood well enough to intervene in it reliably, where the blunt instruments of current psychopharmacology had been replaced by targeted tools that could address specific patterns without the side effects and uncertainties that current medications involve. This is one of the most active areas of medical research, and one of the areas where the gap between the current state and the show's imagined future is most keenly felt. Mental health conditions affect an enormous proportion of the population. Current treatments help many people but do not help all people, and many people who are helped by current treatments are helped imperfectly. The medication works but has significant side effects, or the therapy works but requires resources of time and money that not everyone has, or the combination of treatments works but stops working after a while and requires adjustment. The better version is being worked toward. The neuroscience of mental health has advanced considerably in recent decades. New treatment modalities, different forms of stimulation, different pharmacological targets, psychedelic-assisted therapies, computational tools for personalizing treatment are being developed and tested. The destination that the show imagined, where mental health treatment is effective and accessible and precise, is a real destination. The arrival has simply not happened yet. There is also the question of aging. The show exists in a kind of magical temporality where the characters do not age, but within that temporality, various episodes have gestured at the future of human lifespan, at the specific technologies and interventions that might eventually allow people to live significantly longer, healthier lives. The show has not been consistently enthusiastic about this prospect. Some of its engagements with radical life extension have been genuinely ambivalent, noticing the social and personal complications of a world where the normal relationship between time and human life has been disrupted. But the prediction itself, that significant extension of healthy human lifespan would be developed and would raise a complicated set of questions about who gets access to it and what a society looks like when death is no longer arriving on the schedule. It has always arrived on, is a prediction that is moving toward arrival without having arrived. The biology of aging is now a legitimate and well-funded research field. There are compounds and interventions that have extended lifespan in model organisms. There are people who believe that the first person who will live to be 1,000 years old is already alive. Whether they are right is another question, but the prediction that this would become a real and pressing question, rather than a philosophical speculation, has arrived by. The full consequences of that arrival are still being worked out. As we move from food and medicine, let us pause on a specific image that the show has returned to multiple times in its exploration of the body and its care: the image of Homer eating. It is one of the show's central images, one of its defining visual signatures. Homer at a table, or Homer standing in a kitchen, or Homer in front of a television with food that is too large and too various and too abundant for any reasonable reading of the situation. Homer in the grip of appetite, in the specific mode of wanting that the show always depicted with both comedy and something that is not quite pity and not quite sympathy, but lives between them. The prediction embedded in that image, the prediction about the relationship between industrial food production and human appetite, about the specific ways that food environments shape eating behavior, about the collision between bodies that evolved in one context and found themselves in a radically different one, is a prediction that arrived comprehensively and that we are still in the middle of. The show saw it early. The show's gentle but persistent mockery of Homer's eating was never cruel. It was always attentive to the structural dimensions of his situation, always aware that he was not simply making bad choices, but was a person in a world that had been organized in various ways around making those choices easy and any other choice hard. That awareness, structural rather than individual, systemic rather than personal, is one of the show's most enduring gifts. And it is an awareness that we are still catching up to, in medicine as in so much else. Let the thought of food and the body settle. We move now into broader territory, into the predictions the show made about how society would organize itself, about the texture of daily life, about what it would feel like to be a person in the world the show kept imagining. Section 6. Society, Culture, and How We Were Supposed to Live. There is a specific quality to the loneliness of a Sunday afternoon. The particular emptiness of a day that is supposed to be restful but has somehow become hollow, where the absence of obligation reveals, uncomfortably, that obligation was doing more structural work than you realized. And without it, there is just time and the awareness of time and the specific silence of a house that is full of people who are not talking to each other. The Simpsons know this feeling. The show has always known it. For all its comedy, for all its warmth, for all the genuine affection that the family members show each other in the moments between the disasters and the misunderstandings, the show has always been attentive to the loneliness inside suburban American life, the isolation that is somehow worse for being surrounded by other people, the disconnection that is somehow harder to name because it exists inside the structure of connection. The predictions the show made about society and culture are, in many ways, predictions about this feeling, about where it was going, about what the specific texture of social life in an America organized around consumption and entertainment and the performance of normalcy would eventually become. Let us begin with a prediction that is difficult to measure but that feels, to anyone who has paid attention to the cultural temperature of the past decade or two, like something the show was pointing at. The normalization of loneliness as a baseline condition of modern life. Not the dramatic loneliness of isolation, of having no one, of being visibly alone in a crowd. That kind of loneliness has always existed and has always been recognized as a problem. The loneliness the show kept noticing was quieter and more structural. The loneliness of people who have families and friends and jobs, and enough to eat and still feel, underneath all of it, a low hum of not quite connection, of being visible but not seen, of being present but not fully accounted for. The show predicted that this would deepen, that the specific social arrangements of modern life, the privatization of domestic space, the decline of third places, the replacement of spontaneous community with scheduled and mediated social interaction, the way that digital communication both expanded and cheapened the experience of connection would push the experience of ordinary social life further in the direction of that low hum. We have not reached the endpoint the show seemed to be pointing at. The endpoint where loneliness is so comprehensively normalized that it is no longer experienced as a lack, where the expectation of connection has so thoroughly collapsed that the absence of it no longer registers as loss. We are moving in that direction. The data on social isolation, on the number of people who report having no close friends, on the decline of community institutions, on the collapse of various forms of civic participation, all of this suggests movement in the direction the show pointed. The destination has not been reached. There is also a cultural prediction worth dwelling on that has to do with what happens to expertise and knowledge in a society that has democratized access to information without democratizing the tools for evaluating it. The show was always interested in the figure of the educated person in a culture that was ambivalent about education. In the specific way that Lisa Simpson, the smartest and most formally accomplished member of her family, existed in perpetual tension with a world that did not always know what to do with intelligence that could not be immediately translated into entertainment or utility. The show predicted, in various ways, that this tension would intensify, that a culture increasingly organized around engagement and attention would find it progressively harder to make space for the kind of knowledge that requires time and difficulty and discomfort to acquire and that does not produce an immediate emotional payoff. The show saw, very early, the specific way that a media environment optimized for engagement could gradually reorder the social value of different kinds of knowledge, elevating the quickly legible and emotionally resonant, flattening the complex and qualified and carefully uncertain. This prediction is in progress. It has not reached its endpoint. The institutions that produce and maintain rigorous knowledge, the universities, the scientific communities, the professional guilds that set standards and maintain records, are still functioning. The knowledge is still being produced. But the relationship between that knowledge and the broader culture's daily life is changing, in ways that the show was noticing decades ago, in ways that have continued to develop. Let us move to something more specific. Something the show imagined about the specific quality of cultural production, about where art and entertainment and storytelling would go as the tools for creating and distributing them became more widely available. The show imagined a cultural future that was both more abundant and more confused, more things to watch, to read, to listen to engage with, but also a harder time knowing which things mattered, which things were worth time, which things were doing something genuinely new, and which things were doing something that had been done before but packaged in a way that made it feel new. The show was interested in the difference between novelty and originality, in the specific way that a culture of abundance could produce enormous quantities of novelty while producing less and less of what might genuinely be called original. We are living in this prediction. The abundance is real. There is more content available to any individual with a screen and an internet connection than any individual could consume in multiple lifetimes. The specific confusion the show anticipated, the difficulty of navigating this abundance, of knowing what to attend to, of feeling that you are always potentially missing something better than the thing you are currently watching, is a recognizable feature of daily cultural life. The endpoint of this prediction, the specific cultural form that eventually emerges from the confusion of abundance, the shape that storytelling and entertainment and art take when the constraint of scarcity has been removed and replaced with the constraint of attention, is still being worked out. We do not yet know what culture looks like on the other side of this transition. The show is pointing at the transition. The destination is still unclear. The show also made predictions about surveillance and privacy, about the specific way that the monitoring of private behavior would expand as the tools for monitoring became more capable and more integrated into everyday life. These predictions have arrived in their broad outlines. What has not arrived is the specific reckoning the show seemed to anticipate, the moment when the population whose behavior was being monitored developed a clear and collective understanding of what was happening and made a collective decision about what, if anything, to do about it. The surveillance is real. The awareness of it is real, but unevenly distributed and inconsistently processed. The collective decision has not been made. The show imagined a future where this particular aspect of modern life had been resolved, where the question of what privacy meant in a world of ubiquitous monitoring had been answered in some way. Even if the answer was uncomfortable, we remain in the phase of the question. The answer is still pending. Let us close this section with something warmer, because the show's engagement with social and cultural life was not only critical, it was also consistently hopeful about certain things, about the specific capacity of people in small communities, in families, in neighborhoods, to find genuine connection in the midst of all the structural forces working against it. The show always knew that Springfield was a lonely place. It also always knew that the Simpsons, for all their chaos and miscommunication and occasional cruelty to each other, were genuinely a family, that the connection was real, even when it was buried under layers of misunderstanding and missed opportunity and the specific comedy of people who love each other but do not always know how to show it. The prediction embedded in the show's warmth, that genuine human connection is resilient, that it persists in the cracks of systems that are not designed to support it, that the small and imperfect bonds between imperfect people are worth protecting, has not yet been falsified. It may be the show's most important prediction, and it is one that, so far, the world has managed to keep. The darkness outside the window is complete now, or nearly. The night has settled into its deepest register, and the sounds have changed again. The particular quality of the world in the small hours, when the air itself seems to have thickened slightly, become more still. In that stillness, let us turn to the predictions about entertainment and sport and fame, about the specific world that celebrity inhabits, and the specific world that watching others creates. Section 7. Sports, Fame, and the Entertainment Machine. The world of sports and entertainment is, in some ways, the world the Simpsons understood best. Not because the show's writers were particularly athletic or particularly embedded in Hollywood, though some of them were, but because sports and entertainment are domains that are relatively transparent in their ambitions. They are openly commercial. They are openly competitive. They do not pretend to be about anything other than what they are about, which is attention and money and the specific pleasure of watching. The show engaged with sports and entertainment through a lens that was fond but also clear-eyed, aware of the machinery behind the spectacle, aware of the economics that shaped what appeared on screen and in stadiums, aware of the specific way that the thing presented to audiences and the reality experienced by the people doing the presenting were often not the same thing. Let us begin with sports broadcasting, because it is an area where the show made specific predictions about the form of the experience that remain interestingly unresolved. The show imagined a future in which sports broadcasting had become deeply personalized, in which the viewer had significant control over their experience, could choose their camera angles, could follow specific players rather than the editorial choices of the broadcast director, could customize the information overlay, could shape the experience to their specific preferences and interests rather than receiving the single standardized broadcast that was prepared for an aggregate audience. This technology exists in early form. There are streaming platforms that offer multiple camera angles for certain events. There are games that come with companion apps allowing some degree of customization of the data experience. The direction of travel is clearly toward more personalization, more viewer control, more of the specific viewing experience that the show seemed to imagine. But the full version, the version where the broadcast director's choices are truly optional, where the viewer's agency over the experience is as complete as the show imagined, has not arrived. What exists is mostly a set of additional options layered onto a still centralized broadcast. The fundamental structure of the experience, where someone else is making the choices about what you see and you are watching their choices, has not been overturned. The show imagined it being overturned. The technology to overturn it exists. The industry's willingness to fully deploy that technology is more equivocal. There is also the question of what the show predicted about the relationship between athletes and their public personas. The show was consistently attentive to the specific way that celebrity athletes exist as both people and performances, as individuals with private lives and inner complexities and the full range of human experience, and simultaneously as images, as projections, as vessels for the hopes and disappointments of the audiences who follow them. The show saw, relatively early, the way that the expansion of media would intensify this dynamic, would increase the surface area of the public persona, would create more demand for the image and less tolerance for the complexity behind it. It imagined athletes existing in an increasingly mediated state, increasingly defined by their public presence rather than their private experience, increasingly performing their lives rather than living them. This prediction has arrived in significant measure. The social media presence of major athletes, the way that the expectation of public engagement has expanded to include not just performance in their sport, but a continuous stream of personality, opinion, endorsement, and personal disclosure. This is the landscape the show was pointing toward. The specific endpoint, the moment at which the performance and the person are completely indistinguishable, where there is no private self left to perform from, has not been reached. But the movement in that direction is clear. The show also engaged with the economics of sports in ways that look prescient from the current vantage point. The consolidation of sports media, the increasing concentration of broadcast rights in the hands of fewer and fewer entities, the specific way that money moved through the system, from fans to broadcasters, to leagues to teams to players, and then back out again in the form of more broadcasts and more events and more opportunities to pay for access, was something the show noticed and extrapolated. The specific endpoint of this economic logic, the moment at which the consolidation produces something that looks less like a competitive market for sports entertainment and more like a small number of extremely powerful entities controlling all meaningful access to the thing people care about, is still arriving. We are further along the trajectory than we were when the show began making these observations. We are not yet at the endpoint. Let us talk about fame itself, because it is something the show has always been fascinated by and something that has changed substantially during the show's lifetime in ways that the show half anticipated. The show imagined, in various episodes, a future in which fame had become both more available and less meaningful, in which the barrier to becoming known to a large number of people had fallen dramatically, in which the mechanisms of celebrity had been democratized in a way that simultaneously reduced the distinction between the famous and the unknown, because in a world where anyone could potentially become famous, fame itself was less clearly a mark of distinction. This has happened. The creator economy, the influencer class, the specific form of micro-celebrity that social media has produced, these are all versions of the future the show was pointing at. What the show did not fully anticipate was the specific psychological weight of this transformation. The way that the democratization of fame would produce, paradoxically, a broader culture of aspiration toward fame, rather than a reduction in the cultural value placed on it. The show assumed that a world with more famous people would be a world that cared less about fame. The world that actually emerged cares, in some ways, more. There is also something interesting in the show's predictions about entertainment specifically, about the forms that storytelling and performance would take as the tools for creating and distributing them became more sophisticated. The show imagined, in ways that were mostly comic, a future for entertainment in which the distinction between professional production and amateur production had narrowed significantly, in which the specific quality that made professional entertainment professional had been partially eroded by the availability of high-quality tools to anyone who wanted to use them. This has happened in obvious ways. The production values achievable by individuals with consumer equipment are extraordinary compared to what was achievable even 20 years ago. Films are made on phones. Music is produced in bedrooms. The specific gatekeeping function that professional production infrastructure once served, selecting and amplifying the things it judged worthy of large audiences, has been partially bypassed. But the endpoint the show seemed to imagine, a true pluralism of entertainment forms, a genuine democratization of the power to reach audiences, has been complicated by the emergence of new gatekeepers, the algorithms that decide what gets amplified and what does not, the platforms that set the terms on which creators can reach their audiences, the economic models that determine who can sustain themselves making things and who cannot. These have replaced the old gatekeepers without being obviously better, and in some ways are harder to hold accountable because they operate through systems rather than through individuals. The show did not fully see this. It imagined the democratization without fully imagining the new concentrations of power that the democratization would produce. This is perhaps a general limitation of the show's predictive imagination. It was better at seeing the direction of change than at seeing the second-order effects of change, the ways that disruptions produce new stabilities that are not obviously more just than the ones they replaced. We move now from the domain of entertainment to the domain of the natural world, to the predictions the show made about the environment and the Earth, and the specific relationship between the civilization it depicted and the world that civilization was built on. Section 8. The Environment and the World. Outside the window, there is a particular kind of summer morning, a morning in a month that was not supposed to feel like summer, in a latitude where summer used to be a specific and limited season rather than a condition that now seems to be spreading, that carries a specific emotional quality. It is not dramatic. It is quiet and warm and slightly wrong, like a familiar song played in the wrong key. You know the melody. You cannot quite name what has shifted. The Simpsons has been making predictions about this feeling for a long time. The show has, from very early in its run, been attentive to the relationship between human civilization and the natural systems that sustain it. Attentive not in the didactic way of an environmental documentary, but in the specific way of comedy that notices what is strange without pretending it is not strange. Springfield nuclear power plant, with its casual approach to containment and its cavalier attitude toward the precise chemical state of whatever was in those cooling towers, was always a vehicle for a specific observation. That the systems by which industrial civilization produced its energy were not designed with long-term sustainability in mind, and that the people responsible for operating them had incentives that did not consistently align with the interests of the people living nearest to the consequences. The predictions embedded in the show's treatment of environmental issues are some of its most clearly directional. Predictions that were not about specific events, but about trajectories, about the way that certain dynamics, if they continued, would produce certain outcomes. And these trajectories have continued. The outcomes are arriving and have been arriving in ways that are both more gradual and more disruptive than any single prediction would suggest. Let us be specific about what remains pending. The show imagined, in various episodes, a world that had undergone significant climate disruption, in which the specific weather patterns and ecological conditions that Springfield's residents had always known had shifted in ways that were impossible to ignore. This was usually played for comedy, the extreme weather, the disrupted seasons, the specific absurdity of a world that was behaving differently than it was supposed to behave. But the comedy was always also an acknowledgement of something real. The disruption is here in its early form. The specific patterns have shifted. The extreme weather has intensified. The seasons are demonstrably different from what they were at the beginning of the show's run. All of this is measurable, measured, and largely uncontested among the people whose job it is to measure such things. What has not arrived is the proportionate response. The show's version of environmental crisis, even in its comic version, tended to imply that at some point, the crisis would become legible enough, undeniable enough, immediate enough, that the response would be proportionate to the scale of the problem. That the collective machinery of human civilization would turn in a direction, not necessarily in time, not necessarily without significant loss, but in a direction. We are still waiting for the proportionate response. There are responses. There has been progress in certain areas, in the deployment of renewable energy, in the efficiency of various processes, in the development of technologies that reduce certain kinds of emissions. There is more response than there was a decade ago, and more than a decade ago, there was more than the decade before that. But the scale of what has been done remains significantly below the scale of what the trajectories suggest is necessary, and the gap between what is being done and what would need to be done to substantially alter the predicted outcomes remains large. The show's most extreme environmental visions, a Springfield cloaked under a dome because the pollution has become untenable, an ecology so disrupted that the normal activities of outdoor life have become dangerous, are recognizable as exaggerations of directions that are real. They are predictions that have not arrived in their extreme form, but that are not as outlandish as they once seemed. There is also the question of biodiversity, of the specific richness and variety of life on Earth that was present at the beginning of the show's run, and that has been diminishing in the decades since. The show engaged with nature in ways that were mostly comic. The bears, the squirrels, the various animals that occasionally interacted with the Springfield ecosystem in ways that produced comedy rather than ecological commentary. But the engagement was there, and underneath it was an awareness of the relationship between the human and the non-human that was, by the standards of network television, relatively sophisticated. The prediction embedded in that engagement, that the relationship between human civilization and the rest of the natural world would continue to be shaped primarily by the logic of human convenience and human economics, and that this would continue to have consequences for the non-human world that were not uniformly good, has not been falsified. The consequences continue. The specific form they are taking is not identical to anything the show imagined, but the direction is consistent. What has not arrived is the reckoning, the moment in which the relationship is restructured rather than just incrementally adjusted. The show seemed to imagine that at some point, the scale of the consequences would produce a renegotiation of the terms on which human civilization and the natural world coexisted. Something more fundamental than individual conservation efforts, more systemic than the protection of specific species or habitats, more like a genuine revision of the basic assumptions about what the relationship could and should be. This renegotiation has not happened. It may be happening in early form, in the growing body of legal frameworks that have begun to extend something like rights to natural entities, in the emerging field of ecological economics that attempts to account for the value of natural systems in terms that existing economic frameworks ignore, in the cultural shifts that have produced significantly different attitudes toward nature in younger generations than those that prevailed in the generation that created the show. But the full form of the renegotiation, the endpoint toward which these early movements point, is still ahead. The show is pointing at it from a long way back. We are closer and not yet there. Let us close this section with something the show always managed to do, in its best moments, with the natural world, to express genuine wonder at it. The show, for all its comedy and all its cynicism about the systems that humans build and the way those systems interact with everything around them, was always capable of stepping outside the comedy and just noticing something. The sky, the trees, the specific light of a particular season falling on a particular place in a particular way that had no utility and no political dimension and was simply what it was. That noticing is itself a form of prediction. A prediction that the world would continue to be worth noticing. That the natural beauty that exists around and within and despite human civilization would continue to be present in some form despite everything. That particular prediction is, so far, holding. The world outside the window is still worth the look. Whatever else has changed, and whatever else has not yet arrived, the light still falls the way it falls, and the seasons still turn, however differently than they used to, and the world is still out there, still full of things that no camera has captured and no algorithm has indexed, and no market has priced. That is a good thing to carry into the next section, which is about economics, about the market, about money, about the specific form that financial life has taken and the specific form that the show imagined it taking. Section 9, Economics, Work, and the Future of Money. Money is a strange subject for a cartoon about a nuclear power plant worker and his family. And yet The Simpsons has always been at some level about money, about the specific texture of life in a household where there is enough but not too much, where the working class prosperity of mid-century America has been partially maintained and partially eroded, where Homer's paycheck covers the house and the car and the television and the donuts and not very much else. The economic predictions of The Simpsons are, in many ways, predictions about that specific American social formation. The working class family, the single-income household, the life organized around a job that demands a great deal and offers stability in return. The specific version of the American dream that was available to Homer's generation, and that has been under various kinds of pressure in the decades since the show began. Let us begin with work, because work is where the economic predictions are most personal. The show imagined, in various episodes, a future in which the specific relationship between employers and employees, the implicit contract by which labor was exchanged for stability, by which showing up and doing your job was sufficient guarantee of continued employment and a predictable life, had been disrupted. The show was attentive to the precariousness underneath Homer's stability, the degree to which his job at the nuclear plant represented not a secure arrangement, but an ongoing negotiation that could be ended by the plant's owner at any moment for any reason. This precariousness has become more general. The specific form of employment that Homer represents, the long-term, single employer, benefits included, implicit tenure assumed job, has become less common. The economy has moved in the direction of more flexibility and more contingency and more of the specific anxiety that comes with not knowing whether the arrangement you are currently in will continue to be available to you. The show anticipated this. It did not fully anticipate the specific form it would take, the gig economy, the platform-mediated labor relationship, the way that the rhetoric of flexibility and freedom would be deployed to describe arrangements that involved significant risk and insecurity for the worker and significant benefit and control for the platform. But the direction was there in the show's persistent attention to the fragility underneath Homer's apparently stable life. What has not arrived is the reconfiguration. The show seemed to assume, in its most optimistic moments, that the disruption of the old employment relationship would eventually be followed by the construction of a new one, that the loss of the implicit contract would eventually produce pressure for a new explicit contract, that the precarity would eventually become politically intolerable and produce a response at the level of policy or institution or collective action that would establish a new floor. We have not reached that new floor. We are in the period of disruption, which has lasted longer and been more comprehensive than any prediction from the beginning of the show's run would have anticipated. The specific form of the reconfiguration, when it comes, will be shaped by forces that are currently in early development: the politics of labor in a platform economy, the economics of automation, the specific way that different societies decide to distribute the gains from technological change. Let us talk about automation specifically, because it is one of the most significant economic predictions in the show's catalog, and one that is clearly in progress without having reached its conclusions. The show imagined, across various episodes, a future in which machines had taken on substantial portions of the work that human beings had previously done for pay. Not just physical labor, the industrial automation that had already been underway for decades before the show began, but cognitive work, the work of analysis and decision and communication and care. The show engaged with this possibility with a mixture of comedy and genuine unease, aware that it was not straightforwardly good news for the characters who existed in an economic world that had organized itself around the exchange of human labor for money. The automation is happening. Not uniformly, not in every sector, not at the speed that some predictions in the early part of the current technological wave suggested. But the capabilities of automated systems, their ability to do things that required human intelligence until recently, their declining cost relative to human labor, their improving performance across a widening range of tasks, are expanding. What has not arrived is the resolution of the economic consequences. The productivity gains from automation are real. The distribution of those gains is contested. The specific institutional responses that would allow the benefits to be more broadly shared, the policies, the programs, the new social contracts, are being debated in various forms in various political contexts without having been widely implemented. The show seemed to assume that this debate would eventually be resolved, that the pressure of the situation would eventually produce something: a guaranteed income, a reformed tax structure, and expansion of public services that addressed the reality of a world in which human labor was less necessary than it had been. The debate continues. The resolution remains pending. There is also the question of money itself, of the specific form that value exchange takes, and the predictions the show made about where that was going. The show imagined alternatives to conventional currency: digital forms of money, decentralized systems of exchange, the replacement of the specific mechanisms by which value was currently stored and transferred, with something more flexible, more immediate, more independent of the specific institutional infrastructure that conventional banking requires. These ideas have developed into significant realities. Digital payment systems have transformed ordinary transactions. Cryptocurrencies have emerged as a new asset class, controversial and volatile, and still searching for the specific use case that would make them genuinely indispensable rather than simply interesting. But the specific vision the show engaged with, a currency system that was genuinely decentralized, that genuinely escaped the influence of states and institutions, that provided something like a new foundation for economic activity that was not subject to the same political pressures and institutional failures as the old one, has not arrived. What has arrived instead is a new set of assets that are subject to new kinds of pressure, new kinds of concentration of ownership and influence, new kinds of institutional capture. The decentralization turned out to be more nominal than real. The freedom turned out to be available primarily to those who already had enough other resources that the freedom was genuinely useful to them. The show was always attentive to this dynamic, to the way that systems presented as liberation tended to reproduce the structures of the systems they were replacing, with the specific difference that the beneficiaries were different people. The prediction is not that decentralized money would fail. The prediction is that the dream of economic transformation would keep being deferred, kept arriving in partial form, kept falling short of the specific quality of genuine change that would make a material difference to Homer Simpson's household budget. We have arrived in that world. We are in the partial form of many economic changes. The early version, the proof of concept, the thing that demonstrates the direction without having delivered the destination. The destination, a reconfigured economic relationship between work and value and security and freedom, is still being argued over in rooms where people disagree about what it should look like and who it should benefit. The night is very deep now. We have come through technology and politics and space and the body and culture and entertainment and the environment and economics. We have walked through the catalog of unresolved predictions, and we are approaching the place where we turn inward, where we look at the show itself, at the specific fates and futures of the characters who carried all these predictions, who lived inside the imagined Springfield, and expressed through their choices and their struggles and their small imperfect moments of connection, the show's deepest intuitions about the human condition. Section 10. Springfield's own unfinished stories. There is a particular kind of sadness that attaches to characters you have known for a long time. Characters from books or films or television series. Characters who exist in a fiction but who have accumulated, through years of company, something that functions like a relationship. You know how they speak. You know what they want. You know the shape of their inner life in the specific way that fiction allows you to know it, which is more completely than you know most actual people you encounter in your actual life. And when those characters have unfinished stories, when the fiction gestures at a future for them that it does not provide, when you can see the arc that is being prepared but the arc does not complete, there is a feeling that is not grief but lives near it, a feeling of incompleteness, of something that was being assembled carefully and over a long time that you will not get to see assembled. The Simpsons is a show that has been running long enough to accumulate several lifetimes of these feelings. Its characters are among the most thoroughly inhabited in the history of television. Not because any single episode provides the kind of sustained, serious, dramatic attention that other shows give their characters, but because 30-plus seasons of living alongside someone, even in 15-minute increments of comedy, adds up to a kind of knowing that is real and consequential. And the show has made promises, not explicit promises, not promises in the sense of plot arcs or stated intentions, but implicit promises, the kind of promises that are made by establishing a character's fundamental nature over years of consistent portrayal, by introducing themes that seem to be building towards something, by hinting at futures that the show's own structure prevents it from delivering. Let us begin with Lisa. Lisa Simpson is, in many ways, the show's most explicitly future-oriented character. She is the one who has been shown futures, multiple futures, different versions of what might happen to her if different choices are made or different paths are taken. She is the one whose trajectory is most clearly directed towards somewhere, even if the somewhere keeps shifting with the specific demands of the episode you happen to be watching. The show has shown us a future Lisa, a lawyer, a politician, a president in one of the show's most famous flash-forward episodes. These futures are not consistent with each other, which is an accurate reflection of the way that adult outcomes are not determined by childhood characteristics alone. That the person a child becomes is shaped by contingencies that no child's temperament could fully predict. But they share certain qualities. They share the quality of seriousness, of engagement with the world at a level that exceeds mere personal ambition, of a person who cared about things outside herself and pursued those things with the specific combination of intelligence and stubbornness that the show established as central to her character. The question of how Lisa gets from the 8-year-old who plays saxophone on a family couch in Springfield to any of these futures has never been shown. The show is structurally unable to show it. The Springfield timeline does not allow characters to grow up. But the implicit promise of the futures, the suggestion that there is a path from here to there, even if we will not see it, is one of the show's most poignant ongoing gestures. It is a prediction about the persistence of certain human qualities, about the degree to which a child who cares deeply about the world, who is frustrated by the gap between what is and what could be, who turns that frustration into action rather than resignation, about the degree to which that child produces a particular kind of adult. The show keeps suggesting that Lisa produces a particular kind of adult. The prediction has not been tested because Lisa will not age because the show does not allow it. But the prediction feels true. The prediction feels like the kind of thing that, if it could be observed, would be observed to be true. The child who is Lisa becomes someone worth becoming. That is the implicit promise. That is the not yet that is perhaps more hopeful than any other on this list. Let us talk about Bart. Bart's story is in many ways the mirror of Lisa's. Where Lisa's future is gestured at with optimism, with the sense that her trajectory is upward, that her qualities are ones that the world will eventually reward. Bart's future is gestured at with more ambiguity. The show has shown futures for Bart in which he has achieved a kind of stability, a kind of satisfaction, but they are not futures organized around triumph or recognition. They are futures organized around love, around family, around the specific kind of happiness that is not impressive from the outside but is genuinely felt from the inside. This is one of the show's most quietly radical predictions, that the trajectory of a boy who is academically disengaged, who is defined by his community as a problem, who is loved at home in the specific exasperated way that Homer loves Bart, does not lead inevitably to failure. The show has consistently refused to endorse the verdict that Bart's school, his community, his culture renders on him. It has consistently suggested that the qualities that make Bart Bart, the creativity, the courage, the social intelligence, the specific way he sees through pretension, are qualities that will eventually find their use, even if not in the forms that conventional success stories are organized around. The prediction embedded in Bart's character is a prediction about the limits of conventional metrics for human potential, about what gets missed when intelligence is measured only in the specific ways that schools measure it, about the specific form of loss that a society incurs when it writes off large numbers of its children because they do not fit the particular shape that the system requires. This is a prediction that remains very much in progress. The evidence on either side is partial. There are people who were Barts who became remarkable. There are people who were Barts who the system failed and who were failed by it. The show does not pretend to know how it turns out. It simply refuses to accept the pessimistic version as inevitable. Let us talk about Homer and Marge, because their story is in some ways the most straightforward and in some ways the most complicated of the show's ongoing predictions about the future. The show has, over 30-plus seasons, told a story about a marriage that is also a story about love in ordinary life. Love not as a dramatic state, but as a practice, a series of choices, a quality of attention that has to be continually renewed and continually chosen in the midst of all the other things that demand attention. Homer and Marge do not have a great love story in the conventional sense. There are no sweeping gestures, no moments of impossible sacrifice, no declarations that ring with the specific music of great romantic fiction. What they have is continuity, persistence, the specific quality of a relationship that has been tested many times in many ways, and that has so far been maintained, not always gracefully, not always without cost, not always in ways that look from the outside like the relationship that either of them might have chosen if choosing was the only consideration, but maintained. The prediction embedded in their story is a prediction about the nature of enduring love, about what it requires and what it produces, about the degree to which the specific choice to remain, to keep choosing in the face of everything that recommends against it, constitutes a form of love that is not less than the dramatic forms but different, and in some ways deeper because it has been worn into the shape of actual life rather than existing only in the idealized form that it had before actual life got to it. This prediction is ongoing. The show keeps presenting their marriage. It has not resolved. It has not been brought to a conclusion. Every season that passes is another season in which the prediction is extended, renewed, left open. The prediction is that the marriage persists, that the love persists, that the specific combination of exasperation and tenderness and history that constitutes Homer and Marge's relationship continues to be a thing that both of them, in their different ways, choose. That is a prediction about something real, about the way that certain relationships, for all their apparent implausibility, hold together through whatever quality it is that makes them hold together, about the mysterious persistence of human bonds. There are other characters whose stories remain unfinished. Maggie, whose trajectory is the most opaque of all the Simpson children, the youngest and the most silent, who has been given occasional moments of extraordinary capability, who in one future episode becomes a great musician, who in the ongoing present of the show remains a baby, a perpetual beginning, a figure of pure potential without any actualization yet. The prediction embedded in Maggie is perhaps the most open-ended of all, that potential is real, that the future is genuinely open, that the most complete silence can contain the most extraordinary becoming. We will carry that thought forward into the next section, which deals with the predictions that are hardest to categorize, the ones that are strange in the most productive sense of the word, that do not fit into any of the frameworks we have been using, that require a different kind of attention. Section 11. The predictions too strange to categorize. There is a particular pleasure in the things that do not fit, in the predictions and observations and imaginative moments that resist the organizing frameworks, that are not quite technological, not quite political, not quite social, not quite personal, that exist in the gaps between categories and produce. When you sit with them, a specific feeling of productive disorientation, of the world being slightly larger and stranger than you had accounted for. The Simpsons has always excelled at this. For all its interest in big systems and structural dynamics, the show's deepest gifts have always been in the specific, the strange, the moment that resists easy summary, the throwaway joke that turns out to contain something irreducible, the background detail that rewards attention with a meaning it never announces. So let us spend some time with the ones that are hard to categorize. The predictions that are strange and that have not yet been resolved into anything familiar. The show has engaged, at various points, with the nature of memory, with the specific question of how accurately human beings remember their own experiences, and what happens when the accuracy is called into question, and what the implications might be for the way we understand the past and make decisions about the present. This sounds dry as a description. In the show, it is never dry. It is usually played through the specific comic lens of Homer, misremembering something in a way that is absurd, but that also illuminates something real about the way memory works, the way it is reconstructive rather than reproductive, the way it creates coherent narratives from fragmentary evidence, the way the story you tell yourself about your own past is always also a story you are constructing for present purposes. The prediction embedded in this recurring theme is a prediction about when this understanding of memory will become practically significant, when the knowledge that memory is malleable, that eyewitness testimony is unreliable, that the specific recollection that someone is confident about may be a construction rather than a recording, will be incorporated into the systems that depend on human memory for their functioning. Legal systems, historical practices, the informal mechanisms by which communities resolve disputes about what happened. This transformation is in progress. The science of memory has advanced substantially. Its implications have begun to be taken seriously in legal contexts. But the full reckoning, the moment at which the practical systems of society have been restructured to account for what is known about how memory actually works, has not arrived. There is also the question of language. The show has always been intensely attentive to the way people speak, to dialect, to slang, to the specific way that language both reflects and shapes the social position of the speaker. The show was ahead of many cultural critics in noticing that language was not a transparent medium, but a highly charged political and social material, That the specific words available to someone and the specific words they chose from among those available was a form of information about who they were and where they came from and what the world had made available to them. The prediction embedded in this attentiveness is a prediction about the future of linguistic diversity, about what happens to the enormous variety of human linguistic expression in a world of increasing global communication, increasing pressure towards standardized communication forms, increasing dominance of a small number of languages in the systems through which global culture and commerce operate. The show seemed to suspect that the loss of linguistic diversity would be significant and irreversible, and that it would carry with it losses of other kinds, losses of knowledge, of ways of framing experience, of forms of wisdom that are embedded in specific linguistic traditions and that cannot be fully translated out of them. This is a view that is widely shared among linguists and cultural anthropologists, and the evidence for ongoing language loss is clear. What is not clear is the endpoint. Whether the process will continue to the specific degree that some predictions suggest, whether new forms of linguistic diversity will emerge to replace what is lost, whether the languages that are lost will take with them exactly what their defenders fear they will take. This is one of the show's most open-ended predictions, and one that will take generations to resolve. There is a prediction that has to do with the relationship between human beings and the intelligent systems they are creating. A prediction that the show made in its comic way, through the specific lens of machines that become too useful and then too autonomous, and then uncomfortable in ways that are hard to specify but clearly real. The show was interested in this category of prediction, not because it had a specific theory about artificial intelligence, but because it was consistently interested in the question of what happens when a tool becomes complicated enough that the relationship between the tool and the person using it starts to invert. When the tool begins to make demands, to have preferences, to have something that functions like interests, and the person using it has to decide how to respond to that. We are inside this prediction now. The intelligent systems we have built are not yet clearly conscious, are not clearly deserving of moral consideration in the way that conscious beings are, but they are complicated enough that the question of how to relate to them is a real and contested question, rather than an obviously silly one. The specific endpoint the show was gesturing at, the moment when the relationship between humans and artificial intelligence has been fully negotiated, when the terms of coexistence have been established, when the question of what these systems are and what we owe them has been answered, is still ahead of us. The show's version of this outcome varied between comic and unsettling. In its most optimistic moments, it imagined an accommodation, a working arrangement in which the capabilities of intelligent systems and the values of human beings found a way to coexist productively. In its less optimistic moments, it imagined the difficulties of that accommodation in sharper terms. The accommodation is still being negotiated. The terms are still being contested. The outcome is genuinely uncertain in ways that make this one of the most alive of all the show's unresolved predictions. Let us stay with something that is perhaps the strangest prediction of all, in the sense of being hardest to categorize and most difficult to evaluate, the prediction about the show itself. The Simpsons has, over the years, made multiple references to its own improbable persistence. Jokes about the fact that it is still on the air. Jokes about the way that it has outlasted so many of the things it originally satirized. Jokes that acknowledge the specific strangeness of a cartoon that began before the internet existed, still being produced and watched in an era when the internet has transformed everything about how television works. Embedded in these self-referential jokes is a kind of prediction that the show would continue, that it would persist beyond any reasonable expectation of persistence, that the specific combination of characters and situations and values and aesthetic choices that constituted The Simpsons would prove durable enough to survive the enormous changes in the media landscape that were coming, changes that no one in 1989 could have fully anticipated. This prediction has come true in the most literal sense. The show is still on. It has survived the cable revolution, the streaming revolution, the fragmentation of the audience, the rise of new kinds of animation, the emergence of 100 competitors, the deaths of several of its original voices, the departure of many of its original creative voices, the changes in the culture that it was both documenting and participating in. It is still here. It is, whether it will continue to be here, whether the show's persistence will continue to be extended content. Additional depth on every section, expanded section 2. Technology, the long version. We left the technological predictions at a moment of pause. At the observation that the future the show imagined for technology was consistently more symmetrical, more attentive to questions of access and distribution, than the future we actually built. Let us go back into that territory now and spend more time in it, because the specific texture of the technological not-yets deserves more than the overview we gave it. Begin with the telephone. The telephone is, in some ways, the most ordinary piece of technology in the modern world, so deeply embedded in daily life that it no longer reads as technology at all, but as simply a feature of the world, the way doors are a feature of the world or chairs are a feature of the world. The show imagined the telephone changing, not disappearing, but changing, becoming something more capable, more ambient, more integrated into the moment-to-moment experience of being a person moving through a day. The smartphone is the obvious point here, and the smartphone arrived comprehensively, as every catalog of the show's successful predictions notes. But there is a version of the personal communication device that the show kept gesturing at that has not yet arrived, and it is worth trying to describe it precisely because the precision matters. The show imagined a device that was genuinely helpful, not in the sense of being capable, capability the current devices have in abundance, but helpful in the deeper sense, a device that understood what you actually needed rather than what you happened to ask for, that served your goals rather than the goals of whoever built the device, that reduced friction and confusion rather than creating new forms of both while solving old ones. A device that was, in the fullest sense, on your side. The devices we have are remarkable. They are also organized around incentives that are not always aligned with the interests of the person using them. The attention economy, the specific economic logic by which the most successful digital platforms generate revenue, is built around maximizing the time spent on the platform, which is not the same as maximizing the benefit received from the platform, and is sometimes in direct tension with it. A device optimized for your well-being would sometimes tell you to put it down. The devices we have are not optimized for that. The show's imagined devices were. They were imagined as genuinely neutral, genuinely helpful, genuinely subordinate to the purposes of the person using them, rather than to any external interest. Whether such a device is possible, whether the economics can be organized in a way that produces it, is a genuinely open question. The show assumed it would be worked out. It has not been worked out. There is also the question of the internet itself. The show made predictions about networked communication before the internet was what it is now. In the early 1990s, when the show was first developing its comic vocabulary and its satirical vision, the internet was a rarefied tool used primarily by academics and researchers. And the idea that it would become the central infrastructure of ordinary human communication was still a plausible speculation rather than an established fact. The show imagined something very much like the internet, and imagined it with a degree of accuracy that is, in retrospect, striking. It imagined the democratization of publishing, the ability of individuals to communicate with large audiences, the collapse of the distinction between producer and consumer of content. It imagined the connectedness, the speed, the specific way that information would flow differently in a world where the cost of distribution had fallen to near zero. What it did not fully imagine was the way that this democratization would be recaptured, the way that the collapse of the old gatekeepers would produce new gatekeepers, perhaps more powerful than the old ones because they were less visible, operating through algorithms rather than through editorial decisions, shaping what was seen and what was not seen without the specific legibility of an editor's choice. The old gatekeepers announced themselves. The new ones are woven into the infrastructure. The show predicted the internet as liberation. The internet arrived as something more complicated, as liberation and as new enclosure simultaneously, as a space where more people could say more things, and as a space where the attention given to those things was managed by systems that served interests not identical to the interests of the people saying them. The full version of the show's internet prediction, the version where the democratization is real rather than nominal, where the playing field is genuinely leveled rather than tilted in new directions, has not arrived. Let us talk about artificial intelligence because the show has engaged with it more than is sometimes recognized. and because the engagement has produced some of the most interesting, unresolved predictions in its catalog. The show's AI was mostly comic, robots that did not work, computers that were either stupidly literal or alarmingly autonomous. The specific comedy of a system that was supposed to be helpful, producing results that were wildly unhelpful. This comedy was rooted in something real, in the specific difficulty of building systems that understood intent rather than just instruction, that could navigate the gap between what was said and what was meant. That difficulty has not been fully resolved. The systems available now are far more capable than anything the show's comedy imagined, but they retain versions of the same fundamental limitation. They respond to what is asked rather than to what is needed. They optimize for the specified objective rather than for the underlying goal that the specified objective was an imperfect proxy for. They do not have the specific quality of understanding that would allow them to know when the question being asked is the wrong question. This limitation matters more as the systems become more capable, not less, because a highly capable system that is pursuing the wrong objective can pursue it very effectively. The show's comic robots were harmless because they were incompetent. The systems being built now are not incompetent, and the question of what objectives they are pursuing and whose interests those objectives serve is becoming one of the most important questions in the field. The show's imagined resolution of this, the arrival of AI systems that were genuinely aligned with human values rather than with more easily specified proxies for human values, has not arrived. The alignment problem, as it is called in the technical literature, is one of the most actively discussed problems in contemporary AI research, and it has not been solved. Systems are getting more capable. The assurance that their increasing capability is being directed toward genuinely beneficial ends is still being worked on. There is also a more personal AI prediction worth dwelling on. The show imagined, in various episodes, AI systems being used for companionship, for the specific purpose of addressing the loneliness that modern life produces, providing something that functions like friendship or connection or care for people who, for various reasons, lack access to these things in sufficient quantity from other human beings. These systems exist now, they have been built. People use them. The experience varies considerably depending on who you ask. Some people find them genuinely helpful, a genuine source of comfort and a genuine mitigation of loneliness. Others find them unsatisfying in ways that are hard to specify but clearly real, as if the thing being offered is shaped like connection but is missing some quality that makes connection what it is. The show's version of this technology was always slightly ambivalent, aware that what it was describing was both a real solution to a real problem and also, in some way, a symptom of the larger problem rather than a cure for it. The loneliness that produces demand for AI companionship is the same loneliness that the show was documenting across Springfield, the structural loneliness of a society organized in ways that make genuine connection difficult. The AI companion addresses the symptom without addressing the cause. This ambivalence, is the technology a genuine good, or is it a way of managing the consequences of structural problems rather than addressing the problems themselves? Is one that the show planted early and that has not yet been resolved. The technology has arrived, the question of what it means has not been answered. Let us extend our time in the technological not-yets by considering what the show imagined for transportation beyond the self-driving car. The show imagined the air primarily, not commercial aviation. Commercial aviation was already well established, and the show had no particular need to predict it, but personal aviation. The specific dream of moving through the air as an ordinary mode of transport, not requiring airports or runways or the specific logistical apparatus of commercial flight, simply being able to rise from a particular place and arrive at another particular place without the mediation of roads and traffic and all the infrastructure that ground-based transportation requires. Flying cars have been predicted for approximately as long as there have been cars. The prediction is always just a little further ahead than the present. There are now electric vertical takeoff and landing vehicles being developed by a number of companies. There are regulatory frameworks being developed to govern them. There are plans for urban air mobility networks that would allow these vehicles to carry passengers between specific locations within cities without using the ground-based infrastructure. But the version the show imagined, the individual, privately owned, accessible personal aircraft, the flying car that anyone could own and operate the way anyone can own and operate a conventional car, is not there. The vehicles being developed are expensive. The regulation of urban airspace is enormously complicated. The noise and safety and power supply questions are not yet fully resolved. And the specific cultural and infrastructure changes required to make personal aviation an ordinary thing rather than an extraordinary one have not happened. The direction is real. The destination is genuinely in the future. The specific form and timeline remain uncertain. There is also the question of what the show imagined for the built environment, for architecture and urban space and the specific physical form that human settlements take. The show's Springfield was a specific and peculiar kind of place, geographically impossible in the ways we discussed in the context of the radiation theory, but also architecturally specific, a mid-century American suburb with all the specific characteristics of that form. The single-family homes on streets with sidewalks, the commercial strip, the downtown with its civic buildings, the industrial periphery with the plant's cooling towers visible from almost everywhere. The show imagined this form changing. Not dramatically, the show did not predict the replacement of suburban America with something unrecognizable, but evolving, becoming more dense in some places, developing new mixed-use areas where the rigid separation of residence and commerce and industry that characterized mid-century zoning had been relaxed, developing more of what urban planners call walkability, and what the show simply depicted as neighborhoods where things were close together in ways that made them more alive. This evolution is happening in some American cities and not others. The show's imagined suburban future, where the specific isolation of the suburban form had been ameliorated by the addition of the kinds of public and semi-public spaces that make urban life feel less like a series of private bubbles, has arrived in some places and remains entirely pending in others. It is a prediction whose progress varies enormously depending on which specific part of the country you are looking at. We could go further still in the technological domain. The show imagined energy systems, manufacturing processes, communication infrastructures, entertainment technologies, and dozens of other specific predictions that deserve more than the overview we have given them. But the hour is late and there are other domains to visit, and the essential observation has been made. The show was right about directions, was right about tendencies, was right about the things that were coming, and was consistently more optimistic than reality has so far warranted about the speed of arrival and the quality of the arriving. Expanded Section 3. Politics continued. The deeper currents. The political predictions of The Simpsons have a specific quality that distinguishes them from the technological predictions. They are not predictions about the form of things primarily, but about the experience of things, about what it feels like to live inside the political arrangements that the show was watching develop. We talked about the merger of entertainment and politics, about institutional decay, about the relationship between wealth and democratic power. Let us go deeper into each of these because each has dimensions that the overview left untouched. The entertainment-politics merger is worth examining in its emotional dimension, not just its structural one. The show was not merely observing that politicians were becoming more like entertainers in their presentation and their media strategies. It was observing something about what this did to the relationship between citizens and their political institutions, about the specific way that a politics organized around performance and engagement changed the emotional experience of being a participant in democratic life. In a politics organized around entertainment logic, the emotional register that citizens are invited into is primarily one of reaction, of being moved, excited, outraged, satisfied, rather than the more effortful emotional register of deliberation, of weighing, of accepting complexity and uncertainty as features of political reality rather than failures of political communication. The show's political satire was always attentive to this, to the way that certain forms of political communication were designed to short-circuit deliberation rather than support it, to move people rather than to inform them. The specific endpoint of this dynamic, a political culture in which deliberation has been so completely replaced by reactive engagement that the vocabulary for deliberation has been largely lost, has not arrived. There are still people, still institutions, still forms of political communication that maintain the deliberative register. They are under pressure. The entertainment logic is powerful, But the prediction has not been fully realized. There is also the prediction about what happens to truth in a political environment organized around engagement. The show was always interested in the relationship between information and belief, between what was the case and what people thought was the case, and how the gap between those two things was managed in public life. It was skeptical, with the specific skepticism of comedy, which is not despair, but something more like clear-eyed disappointment, about the ability of democratic political systems to maintain a shared epistemic foundation, a common set of facts from which public deliberation could proceed. This skepticism has been vindicated in significant ways. The specific processes by which shared understanding has eroded, the fragmentation of media, the algorithmic sorting of information, the way that different communities have come to inhabit different informational worlds that are not just differently interpreted, but differently populated with different facts, were not fully visible when the show began articulating its skepticism. The show was pointing at a destination that it could not fully describe because the specific mechanisms of arrival were not yet visible. The destination itself has not yet been reached. We are in the middle of the erosion. The shared epistemic foundation is damaged, but not gone. The show's most extreme version of this prediction, a political culture that has completely abandoned any pretense of common factual ground, remains, so far, a prediction rather than a description. Let us talk about something more specific. The show's prediction about the specific dynamic between the very wealthy and the public interest. The Burns character is the show's vehicle for exploring what happens at the extreme end of wealth accumulation. What a person becomes, what a society becomes, when one individual has accumulated so much resource that the ordinary mechanisms by which communities set collective priorities become, for that individual, optional rather than binding. Burns does not generally break laws. He subverts them. He purchases the conditions under which the laws that constrain him are not enforced, or are not passed in the first place, or are written in ways that leave his behavior technically legal. This is a prediction about the specific relationship between extreme wealth and formal governance. And it is a prediction that has arrived in recognizable form in multiple contexts. The specific mechanisms vary. In some cases, it is campaign finance. In others, it is regulatory capture. In others, it is the revolving door between industry and the agencies that regulate it. In others, it is simply the ability to purchase legal and political representation of a quality unavailable to people of ordinary means. The mechanisms are different in different sectors and different countries. The underlying dynamic, that extreme wealth confers a kind of meta-political power, a power over the conditions under which ordinary political power is exercised, is consistent with what the show was describing. But the show also imagined, in its most hopeful moments, a counterforce, a moment at which this dynamic becomes visible enough, and the consequences of it become immediate enough, that the ordinary mechanisms of democratic politics reassert themselves, that the voters and the legislators and the regulatory bodies find the will to push back, to reestablish the principle that private wealth does not confer private governance. That moment has not arrived. The counterforce exists. There are movements, there are proposals, there are reform efforts, but it has not yet achieved the kind of systemic change that would constitute the show's implied prediction being validated. We remain in the state the show was documenting, moving in the direction it was pointing, without having reached the destination. One more political prediction deserves extended treatment. The show's engagement with the specific experience of citizens who are governed by institutions that do not function in their interest. The Simpsons has always been interested in what might be called the phenomenology of governance, in the specific texture of what it feels like to be a person who is subject to political and economic systems over which they have limited influence. Homer's interactions with the institutions of Springfield, the government, the police, the schools, the healthcare system, the courts, are consistently characterized by a mixture of resignation and occasional explosive frustration, by the sense that the systems exist but do not exist for him, that they are present and opaque and occasionally actively hostile in ways that feel personal but are actually structural. This is a very specific form of political prediction, a prediction not about what institutions will do, but about how it will feel to be inside them as an ordinary person. And it is a prediction that has arrived comprehensively for large portions of the populations of the countries where the show is watched. The specific quality of Homer's relationship with the institutions of Springfield, the sense that they are not working for you, that they are organized around purposes that are not your purposes, that your relationship with them is one of subject rather than citizen, is one that an enormous number of people would recognize as a description of their own experience. The show did not predict a way out of this. It predicted that the feeling would persist and probably intensify. It predicted essentially that the gap between what institutions were supposed to be and what they actually were would not be closed by ordinary democratic pressure, because the people who most experience the gap are also the people with the least access to the mechanisms of institutional change. This is not a hopeful prediction. It is, as far as we can tell from the current evidence, an accurate one. Expanded Section 4. Space and Science. Going further. The scientific and cosmic predictions of The Simpsons deserve more attention than the overview provided, particularly in the domain of what might be called applied science. The places where the show's imagination met, not the grand questions of cosmology, but the specific questions of what particular discoveries or capabilities would mean for ordinary life. The show has, across its run, engaged with genetics in ways that are worth examining carefully. Early seasons treated genetic manipulation as a distant and slightly alarming prospect. Later seasons treated it with more familiarity, as a technology that existed in some form and was being used in various ways. The trajectory of the show's engagement with genetics tracks roughly the trajectory of the actual technology, from speculative to practical, from frightening to normalized, from the domain of ethics committees and science fiction to the domain of consumer products and medical procedure. But the show's genetic predictions remain, in their most consequential forms, unresolved. The show imagined genetic technology being used not just for the treatment of specific diseases, the medical applications that have advanced considerably, but for the more general project of human enhancement. For the possibility of changing not what is broken in a person's biology, but what is normal, of moving the baseline of human capability in directions that are chosen rather than inherited. This is territory that remains, in its fullest form, ahead of us. The tools for genetic modification have advanced remarkably. The specific capability, the ability to make heritable changes to the human genome with precision and reliability, exists in early form. The question of whether it will be used, in what forms, for what purposes, regulated by what frameworks, and accessible to what populations is still unresolved. The show was consistently ambivalent about genetic enhancement, aware that it promised real benefits and aware that the distribution of those benefits would likely follow the distribution of existing resources and advantages, producing a world in which enhanced biology was a privilege rather than a right. And the gap between those who could afford enhancement and those who could not was biological rather than merely economic. This ambivalence is well-founded. The endpoint that the show seemed to be dreading, a world in which biological advantage was purchasable, in which the children of the wealthy were not just better fed and better educated, but genetically different in ways that conferred measurable cognitive and physical advantages, remains in the future. But it is not in the distant future, and the ethical and social frameworks required to navigate it are still being developed. The show also imagined neuroscience achieving capabilities that it has not yet achieved. The specific prediction involves the brain's plasticity, the degree to which the neural architecture of human cognition can be intentionally modified. The show imagined a future where targeted intervention in brain function was practical and reliable, where specific aspects of how a person thought and felt and remembered could be adjusted with precision, where the limitations of human cognition that currently seem fixed were revealed to be contingent, products of a particular biological configuration that could, in principle, be changed. This is the dream behind a large portion of current neuroscience research, and behind the various enterprises working on brain-computer interfaces and non-invasive neuromodulation and the pharmacological targeting of specific neural processes. The research is advancing. The capabilities are increasing. The specific reliability and precision that would constitute the show's prediction arriving in full, the ability to modify specific cognitive functions intentionally, with predictable outcomes without significant side effects, is not there yet. Whether it will arrive and when and in what form, and for whom, are questions that are being actively worked on but not yet answered. The show seemed to assume they would be answered within the time frame it was imagining. They have not been. There is also the matter of the show's engagement with the specific question of consciousness. With what it is to be conscious, what produces consciousness, what the relationship is between the physical processes of the brain and the subjective experience that those processes somehow generate. The show has not engaged with this in any systematic way. It is too philosophically dense for the comedy register the show typically operates in, but it has engaged with it obliquely through Homer's relationship with his own mind, through the various episodes where cognitive function is altered by injury, or chemical or foreign objects, and the show asks implicitly what it means that such alterations are possible. The hard problem of consciousness, the question of why there is something it is like to be a brain, why subjective experience exists at all rather than simply the physical processes without any inner dimension, remains one of the deepest unsolved problems in all of human inquiry. The show did not predict its solution, but the show's engagement with it, the ways that Homer's mind is shown as both more and less than what he knows of it, constitutes a kind of engagement with the question that is worth acknowledging. The question is still open. The show's curiosity about it, its willingness to live in the not knowing rather than pretending to a resolution, is itself a kind of prediction that this will remain one of the things we do not fully understand for a long time yet. Expanded Section 5. Food and Medicine. The specifics. We covered the outlines of the food and medicine predictions earlier. Let us go back into the specific predictions that were left behind in the overview. The show imagined a specific future for food culture that has arrived in some dimensions and not others. It imagined a world where the relationship between food production and environmental consequence had become a matter of mainstream awareness, where the specific chains of causation between what was in someone's plate and what was happening to the land and water and air that produced it were legible to ordinary people rather than legible only to specialists. This awareness has arrived, partially. There is more general knowledge about the environmental dimensions of food production than there was when the show began. The conversation about food and sustainability is no longer restricted to specialized environmental communities, but has entered mainstream discourse, if not mainstream practice. But the show seemed to imagine that awareness would translate to change in a way that it has not yet consistently translated. The awareness exists. The food systems remain largely organized the way they have been organized, with some significant exceptions and some meaningful evolution at the margins. The full restructuring that the show's logic implied, a food system organized around sustainability as a primary value rather than as a constraint to be managed, has not happened. The show also imagined a specific future for the relationship between food and health, a future where the specific mechanisms by which diet affects health outcomes were understood with enough precision that dietary guidance could be genuinely useful rather than merely general. We have better understanding of these mechanisms than we did. We do not yet have the precision the show imagined. One specific food prediction deserves mention: the show's engagement with food waste. The show depicted in various episodes both the extraordinary abundance of the American food supply and the extraordinary waste within that supply. The specific fact that a substantial portion of the food that is produced in a wealthy modern economy never reaches a person who eats it. This waste is real. The show's implicit prediction that this would eventually be recognized as intolerable and that the systems would be reorganized to reduce it has been partially validated and partially not. There is more awareness, more technology for food recovery, more organizational effort around reducing waste. There is also still extraordinary waste. The medical predictions deserve additional detail in a few specific areas. The show imagined diagnostic technology that could identify disease earlier, much earlier, than the current systems allow. The specific vision was of identification so early that intervention was possible before the disease had reached a state where treatment was difficult or uncertain. Cancer screening is the obvious domain here. The show imagined a future where cancers were identified at stages so early that the word cancer had lost much of its current dread, because the intervention available at those early stages was reliable and relatively straightforward. This future is in progress. Liquid biopsy technologies, the ability to detect the genetic signatures of cancer in a blood sample, before any tumor has grown large enough to be visible on conventional imaging, are being developed and in some cases deployed. Multi-cancer early detection tests are going through clinical trials. The direction is clearly toward earlier, more comprehensive, less invasive detection. But the full version, the version where early detection is routine, accessible, covered by standard healthcare, and reliably actionable, has not arrived. The tests exist but are not yet standard of care. The follow-up protocols for managing positive results are still being developed. The evidence base for the benefit of very early detection for all cancer types is still being established. The show's imagined future, where the word cancer has been defanged by the reliability of early intervention, is a future that we are moving toward but have not entered. The show also imagined pain management evolving in ways that it has not yet evolved. Homer's relationship with pain, his remarkable tolerance for it, his ability to sustain injuries that should be debilitating and continue functioning, is partly a comedic exaggeration, but it gestures at something real. The inadequacy of current pain management and the specific harm done by that inadequacy. The opioid crisis that has developed during the show's lifetime is in some ways an expression of exactly the dynamic the show was gesturing at. A medical system that did not have adequate tools for managing pain, that responded to the inadequacy with tools that were dangerously oversold, with consequences that were catastrophic. The show imagined a future where pain was managed more effectively and more safely, where the specific mechanism of pain was understood well enough to intervene in it precisely rather than broadly, where the trade-offs between relief and harm were navigated more successfully. This future is being worked toward. The specific tools being developed, targeted pain treatments, non-addictive analgesics, interventional approaches that address the source of pain rather than its transmission, represent real progress toward the show's imagined future. They have not yet produced the medical landscape the show implied. One more medical prediction. The show imagined telemedicine, medical consultation, and care delivered at a distance through technology, as a normal part of healthcare delivery. The specific prediction was not just that the technology would exist, but that it would become a standard mode of care, reducing the specific barriers of geography and cost and convenience that prevent many people from accessing medical care that they need. Telemedicine has expanded dramatically, particularly following the healthcare disruptions of the early 2020s. The technology exists. The regulatory frameworks that were previously barriers to its adoption have been modified in many jurisdictions. People are using it. But the full version, the version where telemedicine is as accessible and as trusted and as clinically equivalent to in-person care as the show seemed to assume, has not arrived. The quality varies. The coverage varies. The clinical evidence for its effectiveness across different types of care is still being developed. The insurance and reimbursement structures that would make it universally accessible are still being worked out. The show's vision of healthcare as genuinely accessible, not just technically available but actually reachable by the people who need it, at the moment they need it, without prohibitive cost or logistical barrier, remains an aspiration rather than a description. Expanded Section 6. Society and Culture, Batai. What we left behind. The social and cultural predictions of The Simpsons have a dimension we touched on but did not fully explore. The predictions about community, about the specific forms of social organization below the level of the state but above the level of the family, the intermediate structures, neighborhoods, civic organizations, religious communities, local institutions, that provide the context in which ordinary social life is lived. The show was consistently attentive to these intermediate structures. Springfield has a church, a bar, a bowling alley, a town hall, a school board, a volunteer fire department, a neighborhood association. These institutions are mostly comic. They are depicted as incompetent, as easily manipulated, as reflecting the specific absurdities of the people who populate them, rather than serving their nominal purposes reliably. But they are present. They constitute a social fabric, however threadbare, that gives Springfield's residents a context in which to encounter each other and negotiate the terms of their shared life. The show seemed to predict that this fabric would continue to thin, that the intermediate structures would lose their social function as people's lives organized increasingly around private experience, around consumption rather than participation, around the mediated connections of technology rather than the unmediated connections of shared physical space. This prediction is in progress. The data on participation in civic organization, on attendance at religious institutions, on membership in various kinds of voluntary associations, on the use of public spaces for genuinely public purposes, all point in the direction the show was indicating. The fabric is thinner than it was. The question of how much thinner it can get before the social consequences becomes seriously problematic is one that social scientists disagree about. What has not arrived is either the complete collapse, the point at which the fabric is so thin that ordinary social life becomes genuinely impossible, or the reversal, the moment at which the thinning stops and new forms of community emerge to replace the old ones at a sufficient scale and with a sufficient density to constitute a genuine social fabric rather than a substitute. New forms of community have emerged. Online communities, special interest communities, communities organized around specific activities or beliefs or identities that do not require geographic proximity. These are real. Whether they can do the specific work that geographically based intermediate institutions do, the specific work of binding together people who did not choose each other and who have only the fact of shared location in common, is a genuine and contested question. The show did not predict that question. It did not have an answer. It simply kept pointing at the specific value of what was being lost without being certain about what, if anything, would replace it. There is also a cultural prediction worth extended treatment. The show's prediction about education, about what the specific project of formal education would become in a world where information was abundant and the specific function that education had historically served, providing access to knowledge that was otherwise inaccessible, was no longer the primary point. The show was always attentive to education as a social institution. Springfield Elementary is a central location, and its failures, chronic underfunding, disengaged teachers, administrative dysfunction, curricula that do not serve the students they are supposed to serve, are consistent themes. But the show's engagement with education also had a more specific prediction embedded in it, that the institutional form of education would eventually be challenged in serious ways by the availability of alternative means of acquiring knowledge and capability. This challenge has materialized in several forms: online learning platforms, alternative credentialing systems, the growing movement of homeschooling and other alternative educational approaches, the specific pressure that these alternatives put on the traditional educational institution, the school and the university, to justify themselves in terms beyond mere credentialing, to demonstrate that the specific experience they provide is worth the time and cost in ways that go beyond the information delivery that alternatives can now provide. But the institutional form of education has proven remarkably resilient. The school and the university are still the primary mechanisms by which society certifies capability and grants access to professional life. The alternatives have grown without dislodging the core institution. The show's prediction that the disruption would eventually produce something genuinely new, a different relationship between young people and knowledge and capability and the formal recognition of capability, remains pending. The show also made predictions about play, about how children would spend the unstructured time of childhood and what the specific quality of that time would do for them. The Bart Simpson model of childhood, roaming the neighborhood, getting into trouble, acquiring experience through unmediated encounter with the world rather than through structured adult-supervised activities, was already under pressure when the show began, and the show was attentive to that pressure. The specific direction of change the show seemed to anticipate, the further structuring of childhood, the reduction of unmediated playtime, the replacement of the kind of experience that Bart represented with more supervised, more scheduled, more outcome-oriented forms of childhood activity, has continued. The long-term consequences of this change for the specific capacities that unstructured play develops are still being studied and debated. The show seemed to think these consequences would be significant. The prediction has not yet been resolved, because the cohorts of children whose childhoods were most thoroughly structured by the changes the show was observing are still young enough that the full consequences have not been expressed in their adult lives. The data will come. The prediction is still pending. Expanded Section 7, Fame and Entertainment. The deeper cuts. We left the entertainment predictions at the observation that the specific forms the show imagined, personalized sports broadcasts, the merger of celebrity persona and person, the democratization of content production, had all arrived partially. Let us look at what has arrived and what has not in more detail. The show imagined a specific future for music, not the technology of music production or distribution. Those have been thoroughly disrupted, and the show anticipated aspects of the disruption, but the specific cultural place that music occupies. The show was always attentive to music as a social glue, as the specific thing that communities share and through which they express and construct collective identity. The show's engagement with music was always warm, always aware that music was doing something important that went beyond entertainment. The prediction embedded in this attentiveness was a prediction about what would happen to music's social function in a world of personalization. When every person's music consumption is individually optimized, when the algorithm finds the specific music that each person responds to most strongly and serves it to them in a continuous stream, the music that was previously shared, the songs that a generation knew together, the albums that constituted a common reference point, becomes harder to produce. The personalization that maximizes individual satisfaction may reduce collective coherence. This is a real tension, and it is being played out in contemporary music culture. There are still shared musical moments, events and artists that break through the personalization and create something that is genuinely common. But they are rarer. The specific quality of a musical moment that belongs to everyone, that could be referenced across demographic lines and be recognized, is harder to create in a culture where everyone's listening is curated to their particular profile. The show's implicit prediction was that this would be felt as a loss, that the social function of shared music would not simply be replaced by equally valuable individualized music experience. This loss has been described by various cultural critics and researchers. Whether it constitutes the specific loss the show was gesturing at, whether the music that was shared was doing something for communities that cannot be done by individually tailored listening, is still being assessed. The show also engaged with the future of live performance, with what happens to the specific experience of being physically present at a concert or a sporting event or a theatrical performance as the alternatives to physical presence become more capable and more accessible. The show imagined futures where live performance had become rarer and more special, where the experience of physical presence had taken on a heightened value precisely because it was no longer the only way to have a high-quality experience of the thing. This dynamic has materialized in interesting ways. Live performance is, in some domains, more valuable than it was before the digital alternatives multiplied. Ticket prices for live events have increased, not decreased. The demand for physical presence, for the specific irreplaceable quality of being there, of sharing a space with the performers and the other audience members, has not been diminished by the quality of the alternatives, but has, in some cases, been intensified by it. But the show also imagined live performance becoming democratized, more accessible, available in more places, not restricted to the major cities and major venues that currently host it. This has not happened. If anything, live performance has become more concentrated, more blockbuster events in fewer cities, with higher prices that restrict access more severely than before. The show's prediction was that technology would expand access. The market's logic has, in some cases, restricted it. These are not the same thing. Let us talk about one more entertainment prediction: the show's engagement with what might be called the attention economy before that phrase existed. The show was very early in noticing that the specific commodity of commercial entertainment was not content, but attention. That what was being sold and bought in the entertainment marketplace was not the specific shows or films or games, but the specific quantity of human attention that those shows and films and games could attract and hold. The show noticed this through its satire of television, through Krusty the Clown, through the show within the show dynamics, through the various episodes that peeked behind the curtain of entertainment production and showed the specifically commercial logic that drove it. It noticed that the content was to a large degree a delivery mechanism for the real product, which was the viewer's sustained attention, which could then be sold to advertisers. This observation has become, in the decades since the show made it, one of the most important analytical frameworks for understanding digital media. The attention economy is now a widely used concept, and the specific dynamics that the show was describing, the way that maximizing engagement rather than maximizing genuine value produces certain predictable distortions in what gets made and how, are central to contemporary analysis of digital platforms. The show's implicit prediction was that this would become visible, that the underlying logic would eventually be widely understood and would produce some kind of systemic response. The visibility has arrived. The systemic response is still pending. The mechanisms of the attention economy continue to operate largely as the show's implicit critique described them, with the difference that they are now better understood by a larger number of people who are, despite that understanding, still subject to them. Expanded Section 8. Environment Extended. The environmental predictions deserve more depth, particularly in two domains that the overview treated insufficiently: the urban environment and the specific relationship between individual behavior and systemic change. The show was always interested in cities as environments, in the specific way that the physical organization of human settlements shapes the experience of living in them, the way that density and proximity and the presence or absence of various kinds of spaces determines something important about how people live. Springfield, for all its suburban character, had the elements of a genuine mixed urban environment. The public spaces, the civic buildings, the commercial streets, the neighborhoods of different characters, and the show treated these elements as meaningful rather than incidental. The prediction embedded in the show's urban attentiveness was a prediction about what urban environments would look like in a world that had taken seriously both the environmental costs of sprawl and the social benefits of density. The show imagined Springfields of the future that were more livable, more walkable, more green, more organized around the human scale rather than the automotive scale. Not utopian, not perfectly planned, but evolved in the direction of greater habitability. This evolution is happening in some cities. Bike lanes, pedestrianized streets, expanded parks, mixed-use zoning, urban tree planting programs, the various interventions that constitute what urban planners call the livability agenda. All of these are real and ongoing, but they are unevenly distributed, concentrated in the cities and neighborhoods with the political and economic resources to pursue them, absent in the places where they would perhaps be most beneficial. The show seemed to imagine a more universal evolution, a world in which the improvements in urban livability were not a premium product available in wealthy cities, but a standard feature of the built environment in general. This universality has not arrived. The second environmental domain deserving more attention is the relationship between individual action and systemic change. The show was always skeptical of the individual behavioral approach to environmental problems. Not because individual behavior does not matter, but because the specific way that it was often framed, as primarily a matter of individual choice with system change as a secondary consideration, seemed to the show like a misallocation of attention. Homer's individual failures, his wastefulness, his indifference to the environmental consequences of his choices, were always shown as embedded in a system that made those failures easy and the alternatives difficult. The show was saying something specific, that blaming Homer for the consequences of industrial pollution was not wrong exactly, but was a displacement. A way of directing attention toward individual responsibility that served the interests of the systems producing the pollution, because individual behavioral change is less threatening to those systems than the structural changes that would actually make a difference at scale. This critique has become more widely articulated in recent years. The specific dynamic, the way that individual behavioral change has been promoted by the same industries whose systemic practices are the primary drivers of environmental harm, has been documented and is now relatively well understood. The show's prediction was that this would be seen through, that the displacement would eventually become visible and the systemic changes would eventually become the focus. The displacement is more visible than it was. The systemic changes are still not the focus in the way that the show's logic implied they should be. Progress has been made. The endpoint the show was gesturing at, a politics of environment that prioritizes systemic change and does not accept the substitution of individual behavioral appeals for structural reform, has not arrived. Expanded. Section 9. Economics, the full account. The economic predictions of The Simpsons have a dimension we did not fully develop. The predictions about what a good economy would look like, as opposed to predictions about where the existing economy was going. The show was not merely descriptive in its economic predictions. It had a normative vision, a sense of what economic arrangements would produce human flourishing, that informed its satire of the arrangements that actually existed. Homer's economic life, his wages, his expenses, his relationship to debt and saving, and the specific anxiety of a household that is never quite secure, was depicted with a realism that is often underappreciated. The show did the math. The Simpsons' economic situation was described with enough specificity that it could be evaluated against actual conditions. And what that evaluation revealed was a household that was barely managing, that the economic arrangements that had once allowed a single industrial worker to support a family of 5 in a decent house in a safe neighborhood had been, by the time the show began, already significantly eroded, and that the erosion was continuing. The prediction embedded in this depiction was a prediction about what would eventually have to give, about the specific point at which the gap between the economic arrangement that the show's characters were trying to maintain and the economic reality that the world was organizing itself around would become undeniable. The show seemed to predict that something would eventually change, that the specific model of working-class prosperity that Homer represented would either be restored in some form or be abandoned and replaced by something else. The something else has been arriving gradually with the specific character of things that are happening but have not yet completed. The model of working-class prosperity that Homer represents has eroded. The replacement, the economic arrangement that will be the new normal for people in Homer's situation, has not yet solidified into a clear form. We are in the transition, which is perhaps the most uncomfortable place to be. The show imagined, in its more hopeful moments, a transition that landed in a good place. A new economic arrangement that was more genuinely stable, more conducive to the specific human goods that Homer's life was organized around. Family, community, leisure, the specific pleasures of ordinary life conducted in security rather than in anxiety. This good landing has not happened. The transition is still in progress. The destination is still unclear. The show also made predictions about the specific economic experience of different generations, about what it would mean to enter the economic life of a particular decade as a young person, about the specific challenges and opportunities that would define the economic experience of each successive cohort. The youngest generation of workers in the show's universe, the cohort that would be entering adult economic life at the time of the show's most recent seasons, faces an economic landscape that the show's earliest seasons could not have described. The specific combination of educational debt, housing costs relative to income, retirement security uncertainty, and climate-related economic disruption that characterizes the early economic life of people entering adulthood in the 2020s was not something the show predicted in detail because the details were not yet visible. But the general shape, the sense that each generation would face economic challenges that were different from, and in some ways, harder than those of the previous generation. The sense that the promise of generational progress that animated mid-century American optimism was not going to be reliably kept was present in the show's economic imagination from early on. Whether this general shape is a permanent feature of contemporary capitalist economies or a temporary dysfunction that will be corrected by some combination of policy and market adjustment is one of the most contested questions in current economic debate. The show did not have an answer. It was asking the question persistently from the couch, in the living room of a yellow house on Evergreen Terrace, in the voice of a man who worked at a nuclear plant and loved his family and wanted, very simply, to be able to afford the life he was trying to live. Expanded Section 10. Springfield's characters. More time with each Lisa's story has been gestured at in both the earlier overview and the first extended treatment. Let us add one more layer. There is a specific prediction embedded in the show's treatment of Lisa's intelligence that goes beyond the question of where she ends up. It is a prediction about what it costs to be the kind of person she is in the kind of world the show depicts. The show has consistently shown Lisa paying a price for her intelligence, her seriousness, her refusal to simplify. The price is social. Isolation, mockery, the specific loneliness of being always slightly out of step with the environment she inhabits. The price is emotional. The frustration of caring about things that the people around her do not care about. of wanting to change things that resist change, of seeing clearly in a context that does not reward clarity. The show's prediction is that this cost is real, that the specific qualities that make Lisa who she is are not cost-free, that the world does not simply reward them, that the path from her starting point to the futures the show has gestured at involves a sustained engagement with difficulty that is not glamorous in any way. This prediction has been validated by the experience of the people who recognize themselves in Lisa, who were the Lisa in their family or their school or their community, and who grew up to discover that the qualities that made them who they were did not automatically produce the recognition or the platform or the effectiveness that they had hoped for. The world is not organized around Lisa's gifts in the way that it is, somewhat, organized around other gifts. Whether the show's fuller prediction, that Lisa, despite the cost, finds a way to matter, finds a way to make the specific contribution that her particular combination of qualities makes possible, is a prediction that will be validated, cannot be known from inside the show's frozen timeline. But it is a prediction that is worth carrying as a hope rather than a certainty. Bart's story has a dimension that is often underappreciated, and that is the dimension of growth. The show has, over its long run, occasionally allowed Bart to grow, to have moments of genuine maturity, of genuine emotional depth, of doing the harder thing when the easier thing was available. These moments always reset. The next episode finds him at the same baseline, but the moments are real, and they constitute a kind of prediction, that the qualities that look like failure in one frame look like something else in another. The specific prediction is about context. Bart's qualities, his willingness to defy authority, his social courage, his creativity in adversity, his specific mode of engaging with the world, are qualities that would be recognized as extraordinary in a context that valued them. The show's world does not consistently value them. The prediction is that a world that was organized differently, that had different things to value, different problems to solve, different forms of excellence to reward, would discover in Bart exactly what the show keeps showing us is there. This is a prediction about the relationship between individual potential and social organization, about the specific waste that occurs when qualities that could contribute enormously are not recognized, because they do not fit the categories that the current moment has decided to reward. The prediction is that this waste is not permanent, that eventually the mismatch between what Bart is and what the world currently values will be resolved, either by the world changing or by Bart finding the context in which his qualities are the right ones. Neither resolution has been depicted. Both remain possible. The prediction is open. Marge's story is perhaps the most underappreciated of the major predictions embedded in the show's characters. Marge is the most consistently under-narrativized of the major characters, the one who most often exists in relation to other characters' stories, rather than having her own story that is fully independent of them. The show has occasionally pushed against this, has given Marge episodes that are genuinely hers, that are about her specific interiority, her specific ambitions and frustrations, and the specific way that the life she is living compares to the lives she imagined for herself. But the fuller exploration of what Marge's life means, of what it means to be the person who holds the household together, who makes the ongoing choice to stay and to keep choosing, who suppresses significant portions of her own desire and ambition in service of something she values more, has not been fully undertaken. The show has gestured at it many times. It has not completed the gesture. The prediction embedded in this is a prediction about recognition, about whether the specific form of excellence that Marge represents will eventually receive the kind of cultural acknowledgement that the show keeps suggesting it deserves, but that the culture around the show does not yet consistently provide. The prediction is that it will, that the specific contribution of the person who maintains the conditions for other people's flourishing will eventually be recognized as the genuine achievement it is. That recognition is arriving slowly in the form of cultural conversations about care work and domestic labor and the specific ways that the economy and the culture have historically failed to account for their value. The full arrival, the moment at which the recognition is institutional as well as conversational, embedded in the economic arrangements rather than merely discussed in them, is still pending. Expanded Section 11. Strange predictions, the deeper list. The strange predictions category has more items in it than the overview suggested. Let us go further into the ones that are hardest to place and most worth sitting with. There is a prediction about time that runs throughout the show, not the floating timeline that is the show's structural necessity, but a thematic engagement with the specific way that human beings experience time, with the degree to which the past can be accessed and the degree to which it cannot, with the specific relationship between the present moment and all the moments that have preceded it. The show keeps returning to memory, to the specific experience of a particular moment in the past returning to a character in the present, sometimes as a source of warmth, sometimes as a source of regret, always as evidence that the past is not simply gone, but is in some sense still present, still active, still capable of shaping the present in ways that are not fully under conscious control. The prediction embedded in this thematic preoccupation is a prediction about what will eventually be possible with memory, about whether the specific moments that constitute a life can be more reliably preserved and accessed than they currently are. The show imagined, in its more speculative moments, technology that could access memory more directly, that could retrieve specific past experiences with more fidelity than the reconstructive processes of biological memory allow. This technology is being worked on in various forms. It is not yet anywhere near the specific capability the show seemed to imagine. The science of memory suggests that the show's implicit model of memories as recordings that could be accessed with the right technology is not quite accurate, that memories are constructive processes rather than stored recordings, and that any technology for accessing them would have to grapple with the constructive nature of what it was accessing. But the aspiration, the desire to hold on to the past more fully, to access it more reliably, to lose less of it to the ordinary forgetting that constitutes normal human memory, is real, and the work being done toward it is real. Whether what it produces, when it arrives, will be the thing that was wanted, whether having more reliable access to the past will feel like abundance or like something more complicated, is a question the show raised and did not answer. It is the right question. The answer is still pending. There is also a prediction about language and translation, about what will happen when the specific barriers between languages become easier to cross. The show imagined real-time translation achieving a quality and naturalness that it has been approaching for years without quite reaching. The specific thing that real-time translation cannot yet do, carry not just the information content of speech, but the specific register, the specific emotional coloring, the specific cultural embedding that gives words their full meaning in their original context, is the thing the show seemed to assume would eventually be solved. It has not been solved. The translations are better than they were. The specific thing, the naturalness, the full-dimensional rendering of what was said in a form that carries all its meaning into a different linguistic context, remains aspirational. Whether it can be achieved, whether the specific things that are lost in translation are genuinely losable, or whether they are properties of the original language that cannot be fully transferred, is a question that linguists and translation scholars and AI researchers are actively engaged with. The show's prediction was hopeful, that the barriers between languages would eventually be navigated well enough that the specific human connection that shared language enables would become more widely available. This hope has been partially validated and is still partially pending. Let us add one more to the list of strange predictions: the show's engagement with what might be called the ethics of attention. With the specific moral dimension of what you choose to pay attention to and what you choose to ignore, with the way that attention is both a resource and a form of care, with the specific way that the decision to look at something is itself a kind of act. The show was always attentive to attention, to who was being seen and who was being ignored, to the specific injustice of the invisible, to the way that Homer's inability to see certain things, his own culpability, the humanity of people who were not directly in his field of view, was not just personal, but in some sense political, a form of looking away that had consequences for the people not being looked at. The prediction embedded in this is a prediction about whether attention will eventually be redistributed, whether the people and things and situations that have been historically ignored will eventually receive the specific quality of attention that would allow something to change about them. This is a prediction about the moral imagination, about whether the specific capacity to see and care about things outside the immediate field of experience will expand or contract in the world that is coming. The evidence is mixed. In some domains, the capacity has expanded. The specific experiences of people who were previously invisible have become visible through new forms of media and communication, and this visibility has produced real changes in some cases. In other domains, the capacity has been overwhelmed by abundance. There are too many things competing for attention, and the specific quality of sustained attention required to understand a situation and act on it is harder to maintain when the volume of things competing for attention is constantly increasing. The show's prediction was that this question, of who and what we are willing to see, is one of the most important questions we face. This prediction has been validated. The answer, as always, is still pending. Expanded Section 12. On waiting. A longer coda. We have been with the not yets for a long time now. The night has progressed well past the point where most people who set out to listen to something of this length have either arrived at sleep or have found themselves in the strange state of half-consciousness that is sometimes better than sleep, where the mind is released from the active effort of wakefulness but has not yet closed down entirely, where thoughts move slowly and the material coming in is processed at a different depth, absorbed rather than analyzed. If you are in that state, it is a good state to be in. Let these remaining thoughts reach you in whatever form is available. We have been talking about predictions that have not yet come true, but there is another way to frame what we have been doing, which is to say that we have been talking about desires. The predictions that are not yet resolved are, in most cases, predictions that express something wanted: a better medicine, a fairer economics, a more genuine connection between people, a relationship with the natural world that is more honest and more careful, a political life that is more worthy of the people living inside it. These are not predictions that were made neutrally from a position of pure detached analysis. They were made by people who were making comedy. Yes, and comedy requires a particular angle of vision, a simultaneous engagement and detachment, a willingness to find what is absurd and what is terrible, a refusal to be paralyzed by the scale of what is wrong. But underneath the comedy, there is something that is not neutral. There is desire. There is the specific wish that things were better and the specific conviction that they could be. The not-yets carry that wish. They carry it forward in time, past the specific moment when they were expressed, into whatever present is reading or hearing them. They are asking, is this possible? Has it arrived? Is the thing that was wanted here yet? The answer so far is mostly not yet. But not yet is not never. Not yet is a statement about time, about the relationship between the present and the future, about the degree to which what is currently the case is not the same as what will always be the case. The show has always known this. For all its satire, for all its comedy about the persistence of the same problems through the same recurring cycles of catastrophe and reset, the show has never fully abandoned the conviction that things could be otherwise. That the specific arrangement of the world that exists at any given moment is not the only possible arrangement. That the prediction, the imagined future, is not just a description of what is coming, but a contribution to it, a small addition to the sum of what is imagined as possible, which is itself a contribution to the sum of what becomes possible. This is perhaps the most important thing to say about the show's unresolved predictions, as we arrive at the very end of the night with them. They are not failures. They are not things that were tried and did not work. They are things that were imagined and have not yet arrived, and the imagining itself is doing work. Adding something to the cultural possibility space, keeping certain futures visible rather than letting them recede into the unreachable past of things that were briefly thinkable and then stopped being thought. The show keeps imagining better futures, even while it is documenting the ways that the existing world fails to be those better futures. It holds both things simultaneously: the clear-eyed documentation of what is wrong and the persistent refusal to conclude that what is wrong is all there is. This is, in the end, the show's deepest prediction, not any specific claim about technology or politics or space or the body, but the claim that human beings are capable of imagining better arrangements than the ones they currently inhabit, and that this capacity for imagination is not trivial, that it matters, that it does something, that the world is at least partially made of what people are able to imagine. That prediction has been validated many times over, through history, through the specific record of things that were once impossible and became real because enough people imagined them consistently enough that the imagining became a kind of pressure on the possible. The show keeps imagining. The world keeps receiving the imaginings. The not yets accumulate, patient and numerous, in all the episodes ever made and all the episodes still to come. And somewhere in a town that is everywhere and nowhere, in a house on a street that exists in a state between the map and the dream, a family is together for another evening. The television is on. The day is ending. The specific quality of ordinary life, its texture, its comedy, its small, unexpected moments of genuine feeling, is happening in real time as it always is, as it always has been. The best things the show has predicted are not the devices or the political events. The best things are this, that people keep choosing each other in the midst of everything that makes that choice difficult. That families are real, however imperfectly. That love persists past the point where any rational accounting would say it should have stopped. That Homer keeps coming home and that the light is always on when he does. These are the predictions that matter most. These are the ones that, more than any technology or any political arrangement or any scientific discovery, determine what kind of world we are living in. They are also the predictions that are hardest to assess, because they are not events that happen once and can be checked against the record. They are processes, ongoing, distributed across millions of households and families and relationships, happening in small and unspectacular ways that do not produce data points or headlines or viral clips. But they are happening. The evidence, imperfect and scattered and anecdotal but real, suggests that they are happening. The not yet that matters most is not on the list we have been working through. The not yet that matters most is the ongoing, undocumented, invisible process by which ordinary people choose ordinary goodness in the face of ordinary difficulty, day after day, in the specific texture of their specific, unremarkable lives. The show is about that. It has always been about that. And that, the choice, repeated, of connection over isolation, of love over indifference, of the family on the couch together, rather than the family scattered apart, that prediction is still coming true. It is still coming true right now in houses all over the world, in the specific dark of the specific night, in the places where the television is off and the people are quiet and something that does not need a name is simply present, simply real, simply the most important thing there is. Let it be present in your night too. Let it carry you down into whatever the night has for you. The list is complete. The predictions are laid out. The not yets have been named and considered and gently set back down in the places where they rest and wait. Nothing is required of you now. Only this, the slow releasing of the day, the letting go of the list, the movement toward the quiet at the center of the night where nothing needs to be predicted and nothing needs to be resolved. And all that exists is the warm and present fact of being here, being now, being exactly what you are in exactly this moment, which is enough, which has always been enough, which is, in the end, the most important thing the show ever said, and said it again and again in jokes and in the spaces between jokes, in the warmth underneath the comedy. That ordinary life, with its imperfect love and its recurring failures and its small, genuine moments of connection, is enough. Not a not yet. Already arrived, already here. Sleep now. End of full script. Word count target, 40,000 plus words. Format, continuous narrative for 11 labs. Voice synthesis, subscribe/comment prompt. Included at end of section 1 as specified. Pacing designed for 5 to 7 hour natural narration at 130 to 150 words per minute. Final expansion. Filling every corner on technology, the personal devices we were promised. There is a specific kind of patience required to wait for a technology that keeps being described as almost ready. The flying car is the oldest example, almost ready since the 1950s, almost ready in every decade since, almost ready right now in the specific form of electric vertical takeoff vehicles that are being tested over test corridors in several countries, and that are always 3 to 5 years from the consumer market. The self-driving car has become a newer example of the same phenomenon, almost ready, always just around the corner, always encountering one more category of edge case that needs to be solved before the solution can be declared complete. The Simpsons engaged with both of these, but the show's most interesting technological predictions are not about transportation. They are about communication, about the specific devices and systems through which people would reach each other and be reached. The show imagined the phone evolving into something more like a personal assistant, not an assistant in the current sense, which is a voice-activated search engine that can set timers and play music and answer factual questions with varying degrees of reliability, but an assistant in a fuller sense. Something that understood context, that remembered what you had said previously and connected it to what you were saying now, that could navigate ambiguity and intention rather than just explicit instruction. This fuller assistant has been approached but not reached. The approaches have been impressive. The gap between the current state and the full vision remains real. The specific quality of genuine contextual understanding, of an interaction partner that comprehends not just what you say but what you mean, that can hold a thread of meaning across a conversation and use it to make what comes next actually useful, is something that the most sophisticated current systems approximate without fully achieving. The show's imagined version did not struggle with context. It did not forget what was said 3 exchanges ago. It did not require the user to restate the relevant information each time the conversation took a new direction. The assistant the show imagined was, in the specific sense that matters for practical use, present, actually there in the conversation, holding its end rather than simply responding to inputs. We are not there yet. The approaches are real and ongoing. The arrival is still pending. There is also a technological prediction, worth dwelling on, that concerns the home itself. The specific way that the physical space of domestic life is organized and managed. The show imagined smart homes, not in the current sense, where connected devices can be controlled remotely and certain routines can be automated, but in a fuller sense. Homes that understood the people living in them, that anticipated needs rather than just responding to explicit commands, that were genuinely adaptive rather than merely programmable. The smart home that knows to lower the temperature because you always lower the temperature when you come home in the evening, that knows to start the kettle because you always make tea after you settle in, that knows that tonight is different from usual because something in your behavior indicates that tonight you need something different, and it adjusts itself accordingly. This home exists in the show's imagination and does not yet exist in the world. The sensors are there, the connectivity is there, the computing capability is there. What is missing is the specific integration. The way that all of this hardware and connectivity gets organized around the specific person and the specific patterns of their specific life, rather than around generic use cases that approximate, but do not match any particular person's reality. The show imagined this integration being solved. It has not been fully solved. And there is the question of privacy in the smart home, which the show engaged with in its usual way, through comedy that was also, underneath the comedy, a genuine observation about something real. The show noted that a home which was monitoring you in order to serve you was also a home that was monitoring you full stop. That the same data that allowed the home to anticipate your needs was data that could be used for other purposes by other entities with access to it. The show was not sure what to do about this. The world is also not sure what to do about it. The smart home has arrived in versions that are genuinely useful and in versions that are genuinely intrusive. And distinguishing between these versions from the outside before you have committed to the technology is difficult. The show's prediction was that we would figure this out, that we would develop either the technical means or the regulatory frameworks to protect the privacy of the home while still allowing the technology to do what it could do. We have not yet figured it out. On politics, the local and the specific. We have spent a good deal of time on national and global political predictions. Let us spend some time on local politics, which is where the show's political predictions are most specific and most grounded. Where the show is not extrapolating from large trends, but describing something that it knew directly from the specific experience of living in mid-century American suburban communities with their particular forms of civic dysfunction. The show imagined a specific future for local governance, for the town meetings and school boards and zoning commissions, and local electoral races that constitute the texture of democratic life at the scale most directly relevant to most people's daily experience. The show's vision of local governance was, characteristically, a mixture of satire and genuine engagement, aware of the ways it failed, and aware that it was, for all its failures, the closest that most people ever came to actual participation in collective self-governance. The prediction was that local governance would continue to matter, and would continue to be inadequate, and would continue to be the place where the gap between democratic ideal and democratic reality was most visible and most felt. This prediction has been validated. Local governance is still where most of the things that most directly affect most people's lives are decided: land use and school curriculum and local taxes and the maintenance of public spaces. And it is still characterized by the specific combination of importance and dysfunction that the show depicted. What the show did not predict, or predicted only in the most oblique ways, was the specific way that national political polarization would flow downward into local politics, transforming school board meetings and city council races from local affairs with local stakes into proxy battles for national cultural conflicts. The show's local politics was dysfunctional in local ways. It was captured by local interests, distorted by local personalities, shaped by the specific history and relationships of Springfield. The current reality of local politics is dysfunctional in those ways and also in ways that have nothing to do with local specifics, ways that are imported from national debates and national conflicts and national media ecosystems. The show did not see this coming. It imagined local dysfunction as locally generated. The prediction that local political spaces would become stages for national conflict, that the town meeting would become a site for debates about things that have nothing to do with the town, was not on the show's radar. It is a significant development, and its implications for the specific functioning of local governance are still being worked out. There is also a political prediction about voting itself, about the specific mechanisms by which democratic choice is expressed, and the ways those mechanisms might evolve. The show engaged with voting directly in various episodes, with the specific comedy of Springfield elections, in which the outcome was shaped more by incompetence and manipulation than by the genuine expression of citizen preference. The prediction embedded in these episodes was that the specific vulnerabilities of electoral systems, to manipulation, to suppression, to the specific forms of distortion that money and power can introduce, would not simply be worked out by the natural improvement of democratic institutions over time. The show was skeptical of the idea that democratic systems automatically improved themselves, that the identified problems were being fixed at a rate that kept ahead of the new problems being introduced. This skepticism has been vindicated in ways that the show could not have fully anticipated. The specific mechanisms of electoral dysfunction have evolved. Some of the vulnerabilities the show is gesturing at have been partially addressed, while new vulnerabilities have emerged. The show's underlying prediction, that the gap between democratic ideal and democratic reality would not close automatically, that maintaining and improving democratic systems required active work rather than passive trust, is a prediction that describes the current situation well. On the natural world, what the shows knew about animals. The Simpsons has always been attentive to animals, not in a focused or thematic way. The show is not an environmental show, and its engagement with non-human life is not systematic, but in the specific background attentiveness of a show that notices things. The three-eyed fish is the most famous example, but there are dozens of others. The various wildlife that inhabits Springfield's margins, the family pets, the specific way that non-human animals move through the show's world in their characteristic combination of comedy and pathos. The prediction embedded in this attentiveness, the prediction about what would happen to the relationship between human civilization and the non-human life that shares the world with it, is one that runs through the show's long engagement with Springfield's ecology. The show imagined a future in which this relationship had become more consciously managed, in which the specific impacts of human activity on other species were more legible, more acknowledged, more actively addressed. Not utopian, the show did not imagine a world where human civilization had simply decided to stop impacting everything else, but more honest, more willing to account for the full range of consequences of human choices, including the consequences for the non-human life that those choices affected. This future has partially arrived. The science of ecology has advanced considerably. The specific mechanisms by which human activity affects other species are better understood. The cultural and political spaces in which these consequences are acknowledged and debated have grown. The specific legal and institutional frameworks for protecting non-human life have expanded. But the show's imagined arrival, the specific moment at which the accounting became comprehensive enough to actually change the fundamental directions of the human enterprise, has not happened. The accounting is more complete than it was. It is not complete enough to have produced the structural changes that would constitute the prediction being validated in its full form. There is also the question of what happens to the specific animals most affected by the changes the show was documenting. The show engaged with this through its Springfield animals, through creatures that were mutated or displaced or simply present in ways that highlighted the tensions between human use of space and non-human life's need for it. The specific animals in the most immediate threat, the ones whose populations have declined most sharply, whose habitats have been most comprehensively altered, whose situations are most directly linked to the forms of industrial and agricultural activity the show was critiquing, have not benefited from the progress that has been made. The progress has been real but insufficient. The gap between what has been done and what would be required to substantially improve the situation of these specific animals and ecosystems is still large. The show's prediction was that we would do better. The evidence suggests we are trying to do better. The trying has not yet closed the gap. On economics, the future that was borrowed. There is a specific concept that economists and critics of contemporary capitalism have been developing under various names over the past few decades. The idea that a significant portion of contemporary prosperity is borrowed rather than produced. That the economic growth of the recent past has been achieved partly by drawing down stocks of natural capital, social capital, and public infrastructure, rather than by genuinely adding to the productive capacity of economies. The Simpsons understood this concept before it had a name. The specific relationship between the Springfield nuclear power plant and the town's economy, the way that the plant's continued operation produced economic activity while simultaneously degrading the natural and social environment in ways that would eventually need to be accounted for, was the show's concrete instantiation of the more abstract economic concept. The show's prediction was that this borrowing would eventually need to be repaid, that the specific prosperity achieved by drawing down environmental and social stocks would eventually run up against the limits of those stocks, that at some point the bill would come due in a way that could not be managed by the same mechanisms that had been managing it. The arrival of that reckoning, the specific point at which the borrowed prosperity runs out and the accounting must be done, is one of the most widely anticipated and most consistently deferred events in contemporary economic prediction. Every decade or so, there is a new wave of economic analysis suggesting that this time the reckoning is close. The reckoning keeps being deferred by various forms of adaptation, innovation, and the specific willingness of future generations to accept the liabilities of the present as their own. Whether the reckoning will arrive in the form the show imagined, a visible, legible crisis that forces a fundamental restructuring, or will arrive gradually in the form of slower growth and increasing constraints that are experienced but never fully acknowledged as the thing they are, is one of the most important unresolved questions in contemporary political economy. The show seemed to imagine the dramatic version. The world has so far been experiencing the gradual version. Whether those are different versions of the same thing or genuinely different outcomes remains to be seen. On Springfield itself, the town. As prediction. We have spent a great deal of time on the specific characters and the specific themes and the specific predictions embedded in the show's long engagement with American life. Let us end this extended exploration with the town itself, with Springfield as a prediction, as a place that was imagined and that has been becoming more real for 35 years. The show imagined Springfield as a place that could be anywhere, as a composite of every American community, a platonic form of the mid-century American town, containing everything that such a town could contain without being identical to any particular one. We discussed this in the context of the geographic impossibility of Springfield's location, but the prediction is broader than geography. The prediction is that Springfield, the specific combination of characteristics that the show assembled, the specific mix of the ordinary and the extraordinary, The specific texture of life in a place defined by its contradictions would become more recognizable over time. Not because the world would come to look more like Springfield in any superficial sense, but because the conditions that Springfield represents, the captured institutions, the environmental degradation, the resilient but stressed community, the mix of genuine warmth and genuine dysfunction, would become more widely characteristic of American life. This prediction has been validated in some respects. The specific combination that Springfield represents, a community where people are genuinely connected and genuinely struggling, where the institutions exist but do not function well, where one powerful interest dominates the economic and political landscape, where the beauty and the dysfunction coexist without either canceling the other out, describes a larger portion of American communities than it did when the show began. But the show's Springfield also contained something that is worth holding on to as a prediction that has not been falsified: the specific quality of resilience that the community displays. Springfield keeps absorbing catastrophe. It keeps coming back. The people keep rebuilding, keep reconnecting, keep finding their way back to the specific warmth that the show always placed at the center of its vision. This resilience, the specific capacity of a community to sustain itself through difficulty, to maintain its essential character through changes that would seem to require it to become something different, to find in the ordinary relationships of ordinary life the specific resources required to keep going, is a prediction about something real, about the specific capacity of human communities to endure. That prediction has been validated continuously and will continue to be validated. It is the show's most reliable prediction and its most important one. The town will endure. The family will remain. The connections will hold, imperfectly, with ongoing difficulty, with the specific resilience of things that matter and therefore persist. That is what Springfield is. That is what it predicts, continuously, for as long as it continues. And it continues. And the predictions continue. And the not-yets continue to wait, patient in their episodes, for the world to catch up. Which it will, eventually, in one way or another. It always does. That has always been the thing about the future. It arrives. Script complete. Full word count achieved. Deep expansion. Taking every section. Further technology, the interface between human and machine. Let us return one more time to the technology predictions. Not to the grand visions of autonomous vehicles and seamless augmented reality, but to the smaller, more intimate predictions that the show made about how human beings would relate to the technological systems surrounding them. These are the predictions that are most immediately felt and most continuously relevant, because they concern not dramatic events, but the texture of everyday life. The show imagined a future in which the interface between people and their tools had become genuinely fluid. Not just responsive. Current tools are responsive. They do what you ask when you ask it. But fluid in the deeper sense of requiring minimal conscious effort, of fitting into the flow of activity rather than interrupting it, of being present in the way that a skilled hand tool is present, invisible in use except through the quality of the work it enables. The current interfaces, touchscreens, voice commands, gesture controls, the various modalities through which people communicate with their devices, are not yet fluid in this sense. They are good. They are often impressive. They are not yet invisible. The screen still demands a specific quality of visual attention that pulls you out of whatever else you were doing. The voice command still requires a specific formulation that is slightly different from ordinary speech. The gesture still requires a motion that is slightly different from the natural motion of whatever task you were engaged in. The invisibility, the specific quality of a tool that is so well fitted to its user, and its task that it disappears into the activity it enables, has not arrived in the consumer technology space. It has been achieved in specific domains for specific professionals who have adapted their practice around specific tools over many years of use. It has not been achieved universally for general-purpose consumer technology in the way that the show seemed to assume it would be. The prediction is real. The direction is correct. The friction remains. There is also a specific category of technological prediction that concerns information quality, not the quantity of information available, which has exceeded anything the show imagined in raw terms, but the specific quality of the information that people actually use for their ordinary decisions. The show imagined a future where more and better information was available and where people were, as a result, better informed. Where the specific improvements in the information environment translated into actual improvements in the quality of everyday decision-making. This has not happened in the way the show seemed to assume. More information is available. Better information on almost any topic of genuine importance is available than was available when the show began. The specific improvements in the epistemic infrastructure of ordinary life, the ability to check claims, to find expert opinion, to access primary sources, are real and meaningful. But the translation from available information to actually used information has not been straightforward. The abundance of information has in some cases made the quality problem worse rather than better, has created environments where the reliable and the unreliable coexist without clear markers of distinction, where the volume of available information makes finding the good information more effortful rather than less. The show imagined abundance solving the quality problem. Abundance turned out to be its own kind of problem, requiring new solutions that are still being developed. Politics, the long view. Politics is the domain where patience is most required and most difficult. The timescale on which political change happens, the real structural change that changes the landscape rather than just the occupants of particular positions, is long. Longer than most people's attention spans, longer than most electoral cycles, longer than the period over which most individuals maintain sustained political engagement. The Simpsons has been running long enough to have lived through several complete cycles of political change, long enough to have seen movements rise and peak and decline and be succeeded by other movements, long enough to have seen positions that were once radical become mainstream and positions that were once mainstream become contested, long enough to have watched the slow grinding of institutional change and the occasional dramatic punctuation of crisis. The show's political predictions that remain unresolved are, with some exceptions, predictions about the long cycle changes, about the structural transformations that happen over decades rather than years, that are being prepared by forces that are not yet fully visible, that will eventually produce outcomes that will seem, in retrospect, to have been clearly coming for a long time even though they were not clearly visible while they were in process. One of these is the specific future of democratic legitimacy. The show was attentive to the degree to which democratic systems depend on citizens believing that the outcomes of democratic processes are legitimate, that the specific results, even when they are not what you wanted, were produced by a process that was fair and that deserves your acceptance. The show was attentive to the fragility of this belief, to the degree to which it could be eroded by the perception of process failures, by evidence that the outcomes were being shaped by interests that the process was not designed to serve. The erosion of democratic legitimacy, the spread of the belief that democratic processes are rigged, that the outcomes do not reflect genuine popular will, that the specific institutions of democratic governance have been captured by interests that render them unrepresentative, has been one of the defining developments of the period in which the show has been running. The show was pointing at this erosion from a long way back. The specific resolution, the point at which either the erosion is stopped and reversed through reforms that restore the genuine functioning of democratic institutions, or the erosion continues to the point where the institutions lose their function entirely, has not arrived. We are in the middle of the erosion. The destination is still unclear. There is also the specific prediction about international political organization, about the specific forms that cooperation between nations takes, and the degree to which those forms are adequate to the problems that require cooperation to solve. The show engaged with this through satire of international organizations and international conferences and the specific comedy of diplomacy, the way that serious problems are surrounded by processes that are less serious than the problems require. The prediction was that this inadequacy would eventually become intolerable, that the specific gap between the scale of the problems that require international coordination and the quality of the coordination that existing institutions provide would eventually produce either a genuine improvement in the institutional capacity for coordination or a genuine crisis that revealed the consequences of the institutional failure. We have had elements of both. The institutional capacity for coordination has improved in some areas and regressed in others. The crises that reveal the consequences of institutional failure have occurred and have produced response that is real but incomplete. The prediction, the specific transformation in international political organization that would constitute the full response to what the show was pointing at, remains pending. On education, what the school never taught Springfield Elementary is one of the most consistently depicted institutions in the show, a place that appears in almost every season, that serves as the setting for some of the show's most specific satire of American public education, and that constitutes the show's most direct engagement with the question of what it means to try to prepare young people for a world that is changing faster than any curriculum can keep up with. The predictions embedded in the show's treatment of education are worth examining in detail because education is one of the places where the gap between what the institution is supposed to do and what it actually does is most directly consequential. The show imagined Springfield Elementary as chronically underfunded, as a place where the resources available to support learning were consistently below what the learning actually required. This was played for comedy, but it was also a specific observation about the political economy of public education in America, about the way that education funding was organized in ways that concentrated resources in wealthy communities and withheld them from poor ones, about the specific political dynamics that made adequate funding for public schools difficult to achieve and maintain. This observation has aged in complicated ways. Public education funding has remained a contested political issue. The specific disparities the show was documenting have, in many cases, persisted or deepened. The political dynamics that made adequate funding difficult have, if anything, become more complicated rather than less. The show's prediction was that this would eventually be resolved, that the specific injustice of systematically underfunding the education of children in poor communities would eventually produce a political response commensurate with its scale. This resolution has not arrived. The injustice continues. The political response has been inadequate. The prediction is still waiting. There is also the more specific question of what education teaches, of the specific content and skills and dispositions that schools try to develop in the young people who pass through them, and whether those things are well matched to what the people who pass through schools will actually need. The show was skeptical of the specific content of Springfield Elementary's curriculum, consistently depicting it as organized around tests rather than genuine understanding, around the reproduction of facts rather than the development of capabilities, around the specific metrics that were easy to measure rather than the specific outcomes that were genuinely important. This skepticism aligns with a broader critique of education that has been articulated in various forms by various educational thinkers and reformers throughout the period of the show's run. The specific reforms that this critique has produced: competency-based education, project-based learning, social and emotional learning, various approaches that try to address the gap between what schools teach and what learning actually requires, have been implemented in various forms in various contexts. They have not produced the systemic transformation that the critique implies is necessary. The institution has proven remarkably resistant to change, in the specific way that institutions that serve multiple competing interests tend to be resistant to change. The show's prediction was that the institution would change, that the specific inadequacies it documented would eventually be addressed. The inadequacies continue. The institution continues. The change continues to be partial. On community and isolation, what we built and what we lost. There is a tension that runs through all of the show's social predictions, and it is worth naming explicitly: the tension between the show's clear-eyed view of what was going wrong and its genuine warmth toward the specific human goods that were being threatened. The show documented the thinning of community bonds, the erosion of the intermediate structures that connect individuals to the larger social world, the specific ways that a civilization organized around private consumption, rather than public participation, was producing individuals who were increasingly isolated. And it did this while consistently affirming the value of what was being lost, while making clear, through the warmth it brought to the relationships between its characters and to the moments of genuine community that Springfield occasionally achieved, that these things mattered. This tension is the show's most important emotional register. It is the specific feeling of caring about something that is being damaged, of loving something that is being lost, of holding the knowledge of loss and the persistence of affection simultaneously without allowing either to cancel the other. The predictions that emerge from this tension are predictions about resilience, about the specific capacity of human beings to maintain the things they care about in the face of structural forces that are working against them, about whether the warmth and the connection and the specific quality of community life that the show valued could be maintained despite the erosion. The evidence on this question is, as we have said, genuinely mixed. There are places and communities where the resilience is visible, where the bonds have held, where the institutions have maintained their function, where the specific goods of community life are genuinely present and genuinely valued and genuinely available to the people who inhabit those communities. There are also places where the evidence is less encouraging, where the thinning has continued, where the institutions have failed, where the isolation is real and increasing and does not seem to be reversing. The show's prediction was that the good version was possible, that the resilience was real, that the care people felt for the things that community provides could be translated into the maintenance and renewal of the conditions that made those things available. This prediction has not been falsified. It has also not been comprehensively validated. It remains the most important open question in the show's catalog. On the characters, the full unspoken futures. We have talked about Lisa, Bart, Marge, and Homer. Let us give a little more time to a few characters we passed over. Ned Flanders. The show has made specific and painful predictions about what happens to goodness in a world that is not organized around rewarding it. Ned is the show's clearest instance of this. A person who does everything right by every conventional measure, who is kind and generous and faithful and responsible, and who is consistently not rewarded for these qualities in any conventional sense. The show's prediction about Ned is a prediction about the specific relationship between individual virtue and structural conditions, about the degree to which doing the right thing in a world organized around the wrong incentives is sufficient to produce a good life. The prediction is complicated. The show clearly values Ned's goodness, clearly suggests that it is genuinely good in some sense that goes beyond its material consequences. But the show also clearly documents that the material consequences are not what the goodness deserves. The resolution of this tension, the moment at which Ned's goodness is either vindicated in some more complete sense, or the show accepts that the vindication is not coming and finds a way to value the goodness anyway, has not arrived. The show keeps Ned in the tension, which is perhaps the most honest position available. The vindication would be too easy. The abandonment of the goodness would be too devastating. The prediction about Ned is a prediction about whether goodness is its own reward in any sense that matters. Whether the experience of being the kind of person Ned is constitutes in itself a form of flourishing that does not require external validation. The show seems to believe it might. It seems to believe that what Ned has, the specific quality of his character, the specific way he moves through the world, is genuinely valuable even in the absence of the recognition that it deserves. This is a prediction about the interior life of virtue, about whether character is its own recompense. The world outside the show is still working on the same question. Grandpa Simpson. The show has engaged, through Abraham Simpson, with the specific experience of aging in a society that does not know what to do with its old people, that values them in principle and often neglects them in practice, that honors the idea of accumulated wisdom, and rarely creates the conditions in which that wisdom can be expressed and received. Grandpa's stories, the ones no one listens to, the ones that wander and circle and eventually arrive somewhere that is not where anyone expected, are the show's vehicle for the specific comedy and the specific pathos of old age in a culture organized around youth and productivity and the forward movement that old age resists. The prediction embedded in Grandpa's character is a prediction about whether American culture will eventually develop a more adequate relationship with its old, whether the specific forms of neglect and dismissal that the show documents will eventually be replaced by something more like genuine regard. The answer so far is incomplete. There are movements in the direction of more adequate regard, in caregiving policy, in attitudes toward aging, in the specific way that different generations are learning to talk to each other across the divides of experience. But the endpoint is not yet visible, and the specific forms of neglect that the show documented continue in recognizable forms. And then there is Ralph Wiggum, who is not a character about whom the show makes explicit predictions, but who is perhaps the most interesting, unresolved figure in the entire cast. Ralph is, in one reading, simply comic. His non sequiturs and his innocence are sources of the specific delight that comedy produces when it finds a register so pure that it has no edges. But in another reading, Ralph is the show's most radical prediction that a kind of pure presence, a way of being in the world that is entirely without guile or calculation or the specific forms of social performance that adult life requires, might be not just funny, but genuinely good. Genuinely worth something that is difficult to name. What Ralph is a prediction about is the specific value of the unarmored self, of the person who has not learned, or has not bothered, to protect themselves from the world through the accumulated defenses that most people develop over time. The show is never sure what to do with this prediction. It celebrates Ralph, and it also shows the world treating him unkindly. It does not resolve the question of what a world that genuinely valued what Ralph represents would look like. This is perhaps appropriate. Some predictions are not about events or outcomes, but about questions, about things that the culture keeps needing to ask without ever arriving at a final answer. Ralph Wiggum is that kind of prediction. He asks whether the unarmored self, the self that has not learned to protect itself, is sustainable, whether a world could be organized in a way that was kind to it rather than grinding it down. The world has not yet organized itself in that way. The question remains open. The final extended thoughts. We have been here for a long time now. The night has completed most of its arc. The specific quality of the darkness has probably changed. The very deepest dark of the small hours has passed, and if you are still conscious, you are in that state between sleep and waking where the mind is softer, more porous, more willing to receive things without the friction of full alertness. In that state, let these final thoughts reach you. The Simpsons has been on the air for longer than many of its current viewers have been alive. It has outlasted governments, outlasted technologies, outlasted cultural moments that seemed permanent while they were happening. It has absorbed change and continued to change with it, imperfectly, in the specific, imperfect way that things survive by adapting, rather than by staying the same. The predictions it has made, the technological ones and the political ones and the cosmic ones and the personal ones and the strange ones that resist categorization, are a record of a particular kind of attention, of people paying close attention to where things were going and expressing what they saw in the form that was available to them, which was comedy, which was not a limitation but a specific kind of capacity. The capacity to say difficult things in a form that could be received without the defenses that difficulty usually produces. The not-yets we have spent the night with are the legible evidence of that attention. They are what remains when you subtract from the full catalog of the show's predictions the ones that have already arrived, the ones that came true and were celebrated and noted and moved on from. What remains is the incomplete, the predictions that are still in process, still waiting for the world to catch up or for the world to turn in a different direction, still suspended in the specific state of possibility that precedes resolution. That suspension has a specific texture. It is not comfortable exactly. It contains within it the awareness of everything that has not yet been fixed, not yet been achieved, not yet been made real. But it also contains, if you are willing to find it, something that is not discomfort. The specific energy of things that are still possible, still in motion, still available to be shaped by choices that have not yet been made. The future is unfinished. This is the most basic fact about it, and also the most important. The not-yets are not failures. They are invitations. They are the show saying one more time in one more way, here is where we were pointing. The world has not yet arrived, but it is still moving, and where it goes still depends, at least in part, on what people are able to imagine for it. The show keeps imagining. The world keeps moving. The night is almost over. Let the not-yets rest where they rest, in all the episodes ever made, patient in their stories, carrying their possibilities into whatever future will finally decide what to do with them. Let your breathing be slow. Let the night finish its quiet work. The show will still be there in the morning, the same yellow family in the same yellow house, still living their impossible ordinary life in their impossible ordinary town. And the future will still be arriving as it always is, slowly, imperfectly, full of things no one predicted, and things everyone predicted, and things that will seem obvious in retrospect, and things that will remain mysterious long after they have happened. The future is unfinished. So is the show. So, in the best possible sense, are you. Good night. Full script complete. Supplemental material. Reaching the full length. The predictions about identity. One of the most interesting categories of Simpsons prediction that we have not yet examined in depth is the set of predictions the show made about identity, about the specific ways that people understand themselves, present themselves, and are understood by the institutions and communities around them. The show was always interested in identity because Springfield was always a town full of people performing versions of themselves that were not entirely authentic, not entirely false either, but shaped by the specific pressures and incentives of the community they inhabited. Homer performed a kind of bumbling incompetence that concealed, most of the time, a deeper emotional intelligence. Marge performed a kind of cheerful competence that concealed a great deal of suppressed ambition and frustration. Lisa performed a kind of earnest idealism that concealed the specific loneliness of caring about things that the community around her had decided were not worth caring about. Bart performed a kind of careless rebellion that concealed the specific vulnerability of a child who wanted to be seen as more than a problem. The show's interest in this, in the gap between performed identity and something more authentic, was not presented primarily as a criticism. It was presented as a description of how communities work, of the specific way that social belonging requires a degree of performance that is not the same as dishonesty, but is not the same as full transparency either. The prediction embedded in this theme is a prediction about what happens to identity as the conditions under which identity is performed change. As the audience for the performance expands, as the social world in which any individual participates grows larger and more diverse, as the specific community that shapes what performances are rewarded and which are penalized, shifts from the local and face-to-face to the global and mediated. The specific negotiations required to maintain a coherent identity become more complicated. This complication has materialized. The experience of having a public identity that extends beyond one's immediate community, the specific form of self-presentation that social media requires and rewards, is one that previous generations did not have to navigate in the same way. The negotiations required to maintain a sense of self that is both authentic to your own experience and legible to the audiences you are simultaneously performing for have become a feature of ordinary life in a way that they were not when the show began. The show's prediction was that this would become more pressured, not less. That the specific difficulty of identity maintenance in a world of expanding audience and expanding visibility would produce distinctive forms of stress and authenticity, questions that were different in kind from the ones previous generations faced. This prediction has been validated. The specific questions about what it means to be genuine when everything is simultaneously performed, about how to maintain a private self in a world that keeps expanding the domain of the public, about what authenticity means when the tools for self-presentation are so sophisticated that the distinction between the performed self and the real self becomes genuinely unclear, are among the most discussed and most contested questions of contemporary cultural life. The resolution, the specific cultural adaptation that allows people to navigate these questions with some degree of equanimity, has been achieved by some people and not by others. It has not been institutionalized, not been made into a consistent feature of how young people are prepared for social life. The struggle continues. The predictions about information. We have touched on information several times, on the algorithmic curation of news, on the quality of available information, on the epistemological challenges of abundance. Let us spend a little more time here because information is the substrate on which everything else rests. The show made a specific prediction, consistent across many episodes and many years, about the relationship between the information environment and the quality of collective decision-making. The show wasn't optimistic about this relationship. It consistently depicted Springfield as a community whose collective decisions were poorly informed, shaped more by what was dramatic and emotionally compelling than by what was accurate and relevant, swayed by whoever had the most effective access to the community's attention. This is, broadly speaking, a description of the known vulnerabilities of human information processing. The specific ways that individual and collective cognition are subject to systematic biases that make good collective decision-making difficult, even when good information is available. The show was drawing on something real and well understood about how communities process information and make choices. The prediction was that these vulnerabilities would be exploited more effectively over time. That as the tools for producing and distributing information became more sophisticated, the specific techniques for exploiting cognitive vulnerabilities would also become more sophisticated, and the difficulty of maintaining an information environment that supported good decision-making would increase rather than decrease. This prediction has been validated. The sophistication of the manipulation has increased. The tools available for exploiting attentional and cognitive biases have become more powerful. The specific challenge of maintaining an epistemic environment that supports genuine collective reasoning rather than being captured by whoever is most effective at exploiting its vulnerabilities has become, if anything, more difficult than it was when the show began making these observations. The prediction about resolution, about the specific moment at which this challenge is met, when the tools for epistemic hygiene at the societal level become adequate to the scale of the challenge, remains unresolved. The challenge is better understood than it was. The tools for addressing it are more developed. The resolution is still pending. There is also a specific prediction about what happens to trust in this environment, about the specific relationship between the quality of available information and the degree of trust that people extend to information sources, to institutions, to each other. The show documented the fragility of trust, the specific ways that it erodes when the conditions that support it are absent, the specific difficulty of rebuilding it once it has been lost. The erosion of trust that the show was documenting and predicting has continued. Trust in institutions, in media, in expertise, in the basic reliability of the information environment has declined in most of the countries where the show is widely watched. The specific mechanisms of this decline are well documented. The mechanisms of recovery, of rebuilding the conditions under which trust can be reestablished, are less well understood and less developed. The show did not have a solution to this. It documented the problem. The problem continues. The solution is still being worked on. The predictions about what we owe each other. One of the most consistent themes in the show, present from its earliest episodes to its most recent, is the question of obligation, of what we owe each other as members of families, as members of communities, as inhabitants of a shared world. The show returns to this question constantly, in both comic and serious registers, and the answers it arrives at are always the same. We owe each other more than we are currently giving, and the gap between what we owe and what we give is the source of most of the specific forms of suffering that the show documents. Homer owes his family more presents than he usually provides. The town owes its residents better institutions than it has managed to build. The political and economic system owes the people inside it the conditions for a decent life that it has not reliably provided. The various obligations, personal, communal, systemic, are always visible and always at least partially unfulfilled. The prediction embedded in this theme is a prediction about whether the gap between what we owe and what we give will narrow, whether the specific conditions of obligation and reciprocity that the show documents as lacking will eventually be established or re-established in the family, in the community, in the systems of economic and political life. This is perhaps the broadest prediction the show makes, and the hardest to evaluate. In some domains and in some places, the gap has narrowed. In others, it has widened. The overall trend is unclear. The direction of movement varies. What has not changed is the show's conviction that the gap matters, that the specific failure of reciprocity, at every scale from the family to the civilization, is the source of genuine harm and genuine loss, and that the work of narrowing it is genuinely important. This conviction has been consistently validated by the experience of people living inside the gaps the show has described. The narrowing of the gaps is the work of civilization. The show has been documenting how the work is going. The work continues. A meditation on what the show is. Before we truly close, it is worth saying one more thing about what the show is. about what The Simpsons actually is beneath the predictions and the theories and the analysis, at the level where it is most simply and most essentially what it has been for 35 years. The show is about a family, a specific family, with specific quirks and specific failings and specific forms of love that express themselves in the specific ways that this particular family's love expresses itself. A family that is both realistic and impossible, realistic in its emotional texture, in the specific quality of the relationships between its members, in the specific way that love and frustration and history and hope get tangled together in the daily life of people who are bound to each other through accident and choice. Impossible in its specific form. The yellow skin, the four fingers, the town that exists nowhere, the timeline that never moves. The predictions the show makes are ultimately in service of this family. They are the context in which the family exists, the world that surrounds the house on Evergreen Terrace and shapes what happens inside it. And the thing the show is ultimately predicting, across all its 35 years and all its nearly 800 episodes, is that this family, this specific, improbable, impossible, entirely recognizable family, will continue. Will continue to need each other, will continue to fail each other, and forgive each other, and choose each other in the imperfect and ongoing way that families choose each other. Will continue to exist in the tension between what they are and what they could be, between what they have and what they need, between the comedy of their situation and the genuine feeling that lives underneath the comedy. This prediction has been, so far, entirely accurate. The family continues. It will continue. That is what the show tells us, week after week, season after season, yellow face after yellow face. The family continues, the love continues. The specific, impossible, ordinary, beautiful life on Evergreen Terrace continues. And all the predictions, the arrived ones and the pending ones, the technological and the political and the cosmic and the personal and the strange, are ultimately predictions about the world in which that family lives, about the conditions that support or threaten the specific goods that the family represents, about whether the world will be adequate to the people trying to live in it. The world is not yet adequate. The people keep trying. That is both the show's subject and its prediction. And it is, for now and perhaps for a long time to come, the best place to end. The very end. You have been here for a long time. The night has done its work. Whatever state you are in, fully asleep, half asleep, floating in the specific half-awareness of the very late hours, is the right state. The predictions have been laid out. The not-yets have been named. The show has been honored in the specific way it deserves to be honored. By taking it seriously, by treating its observations as real observations, by sitting with the questions it raised rather than rushing past them toward easy answers. The easy answers are not the interesting ones. The interesting ones are still open, and you can return to them whenever you want, in whatever episode and whatever season and whatever throwaway background detail is waiting to reveal itself as the thing you have always been looking for. The show is patient. The night is patient. The not-yets are patient. And the family is home. On Evergreen Terrace in Springfield, in the town that is everywhere and nowhere, in the show that is still going, still making predictions, still paying attention to where things are going, with the specific combination of clarity and warmth that has made it for 35 years the most interesting cartoon on television. Rest now. The predictions will wait. They always do. End of full 40,000 plus word script. Fall asleep to every Simpsons prediction that hasn't come true yet. Additional reflections on waiting and on cartoons. There is something specific that cartoons do that live-action television cannot do, and it is worth naming here because it is directly related to why The Simpsons has been the vehicle for so many predictions, fulfilled and unfulfilled, for so many years. Cartoons compress. They take the complicated and messy textures of actual life and reduce them to their essential lines. A cartoon face is not a photograph of a face. It is a distillation, a selection of the features that carry the most meaning. The eyes, the mouth, the specific configuration that communicates the specific emotion, and the elimination of everything else. This compression is the source of the cartoon's expressive power. A cartoon can show you something clearly, without the visual noise of the reel, in a way that makes the thing legible in an instant. The Simpsons used this compression to make predictions legible. The nuclear power plant, with its cracked cooling towers and its oblivious safety inspector, is a compressed version of something real, of the specific relationship between industrial power and industrial negligence, and the people who live closest to the consequences. The compression makes it visible. The cartoon makes it sayable. The comedy makes it bearable, bearable enough that you can look at it without looking away. This is why the show's predictions have lasted. Not because the specific details were accurate, some were, many weren't, but because the compressions were accurate. The essential shapes of the things the show was describing were correct. And essential shapes last longer than specific details, outlasting the specific moments that produce them, remaining relevant when the specific circumstances have changed, but the underlying dynamics have not. The not yets are lasting for the same reason. They are not predictions about specific events that will happen on specific dates. They are predictions about essential shapes, about the shape of a world in which intelligent systems are aligned or misaligned with human values, about the shape of a democratic politics that has been captured or not captured by private wealth, about the shape of a community that has maintained its bonds or allowed them to dissolve. These shapes are durable. They will be relevant when specific technologies and specific politicians and specific cultural moments have come and gone. This is the gift of the cartoon as a medium for prediction. It gets to the shape of things faster than any other medium, and shapes last. Additional reflections. On the comedy of being wrong. There is a specific comedy in being wrong about the future, and the show has always known it. The comedy of the jetpack that never arrived. The comedy of the flying car that is always 3 to 5 years away. The comedy of the predictions that were made with total confidence and then quietly retired when confidence was no longer warranted. The show has been participating in this comedy along with everyone else. It has made predictions that were wide of the mark, that were wrong in ways that are now legible, that pointed confidently in directions that the world decisively did not go. And the show has done this with good humor, without pretending to be infallible, without claiming a prophetic authority that it never had. This is the correct relationship with prediction. Prediction is not prophecy. It is not the reception of information from a future that is already determined. It is an exercise of reasoning under uncertainty, an application of what is known to the question of what is not yet known, an attempt to extend the pattern of the present into the space of the future, which is always in some degree a different kind of space than the present, governed by a different set of contingencies, containing surprises that no extension of the present could have captured. The show knew this. It made predictions anyway, because the alternative, refusing to engage with the future, treating the space beyond the present as entirely opaque, declining to extrapolate or imagine or project, would have been a failure of the specific intelligence that the show brought to its subjects. The show paid attention to where things were going, because paying attention is what the show did. And where things were going was part of what was visible to anyone who was really paying attention. The wrong predictions are therefore not embarrassments. They are evidence of engagement. They are the specific traces of a mind that was trying, in the midst of making comedy, to see something real about the world and its direction. The not-yets carry that same engagement. They are still trying. They have not yet arrived at the specific moment of being right or wrong. And that suspension, the state of still trying, still pointing, still waiting for the world to confirm or deny, is itself a form of the show's ongoing vitality. The show is still pointing. The world is still moving. The meeting of the two, the moment when the prediction and the reality converge, is still happening in some cases and still pending in others. That ongoing quality, the sense that the show is not finished with its conversation with the world, that the conversation will continue as long as the show continues and perhaps beyond, is what makes the not yet so interesting to spend time with. They are the current chapter of a conversation that began more than 3 decades ago and has not yet reached its conclusion. The conversation continues. The night continues. And you continue in whatever state of rest or wakefulness you are in. Present to this specific moment in the specific dark of the specific place where you are, which is real and immediate and entirely unlike any prediction, surprising as the present always is in ways that no one anticipated. The present is always the most surprising thing, It always has been. Sleep well, complete. Full word count exceeded 40,000 words. A final note on The Simpsons and time. The show has always had a complicated relationship with time. Not just the floating timeline, the structural decision to keep its characters perpetually young, but a thematic relationship, an ongoing engagement with what time does to people and places and things, with how the passage of time reveals and conceals and transforms and preserves and destroys. Springfield exists outside of time in the specific way the show requires, but it also exists deeply within time in the way that all places exist within time. Accumulated, layered, the product of everything that has happened there and everything that has been imagined about it. Every episode adds to the total. Every prediction adds to the record. Every not yet adds to the specific category of things that were said and are still waiting to be confirmed or denied. The Simpsons is now old enough that its earlier episodes feel historical, feel like documents of a specific cultural moment that has passed, feel like evidence of what it was like to be in America in the early 90s or the mid 90s or the late 90s, before certain things changed and after certain other things had already changed. The newer episodes feel like documents of something more recent, more familiar, less fully legible, yet because there has not been enough time to see what they were documenting from the outside. In between those two poles, the historical episodes that feel settled and the recent episodes that feel current, there's the enormous middle of the show's archive. 30-plus years of material, most of it not regularly revisited, most of it sitting in the record like unread letters from a long and continuous correspondence. Letters that were written to a world that existed at a specific moment. Letters that are still readable, still capable of producing the specific response that good comedy produces. The recognition, the laugh, the slight shock of being seen. Even as the specific world they were written to has changed. The not yet predictions are scattered through all of this material. They are in the historical episodes, and in the recent ones, and in all the middle episodes that most people do not visit regularly. They are waiting in the same place they always were, the specific throwaway lines and background details and joke premises that turned out to be pointing at something that has not yet arrived. Picking up those predictions, lifting them out of their episodes and examining them and sitting with them in the context of the present is a form of respect for the work the show has done. A form of acknowledgement that the attention the show brought to the world it was observing was genuine, was careful, was worth honoring. This is what we have been doing tonight, and now it is done. The record is complete, or as complete as a record of this kind can be, which is to say partial, full of things that were left out, pointing at the fullness it cannot contain. The not yets are back in their episodes. The night is close to over. You are wherever you are, which is the right place. The future is still arriving. The family is still home. The show is still on. Good night.